That's how I tell where the cave's at.
Look, just cut it. You don't have to cut all of it down. You just have to cut down like one above the ground level.
Okay, I think my stream's back. It's working.
Oh,
The world
so
can hear you again.
Is that good?
That's not nearly enough. You need at least 15 more.
15 more? Okay.
I said 50.
50? Okay.
I mean, honestly more, but the point is, the more bamboo you can get me, the better.
If it starts raining, I'm leaving. That's what I'm gonna say. I heard thunder.
It's raining.
Oh. Hallelujah.
Oh no, it's not raining. Someone's just using a staff.
Mine.
Okay, so the stream is working now.
I got a skeleton skull.
So,
That's
Sebastian,
nice.
you want to know when my stream froze?
When did your stream freeze?
Well, it didn't freeze. It just it was capturing audio, but it wasn't capturing like actual like visual.
Did it freeze on me doing something stupid?
No, it froze during the egg argument with Shrill.
That's nice.
Like at the moment I was trying to throw eggs at him, like his fried eggs.
I mean, that's a good spot to freeze.
4 cores tried to swim in lava.
Oh, lava.
He's dying a lot. What is... Wait, would that mean he might lose his gear?
Oh,
A little spicy.
Fork losing power in the server. Rogues taking over.
Ooh. I mean, that's already what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I need to get out of this cave.
Man, fishing is slow. I'd rather smelt eggs. Fuck this.
What?
I'd rather cook eggs.
Smelt eggs to get egg bars.
Make a chicken
Make
chest.
armor.
Create egg bars to make chicken chest and then duplicate items. That's an actual mod, by the way.
What?
Yeah, on CrazyCraft, you can make egg chests, which allow you to duplicate items.
My god.
Who the fuck? Who's this?
Who's your mom or what? Who just hit me?
What's up with random savagery?
You just hit me?
I'll let me guess. Really
Of course.
Get down!
Oh my god, I
know
used
I was abusing kids.
I just
Like,
pulled
I'd kill her.
I just pulled the biggest ninja in history.
What?
Oh my god. I saw someone entering the cave and I followed them and I noticed it was JJ. So I punched JJ and I ran off. She didn't even see me.
Yeah, cause it's laggy. Stop it!
Oh, I'm sorry,
What?
JJ. I'm sorry.
Discombobulate.
Not the stairs! What the hell?
Hey! Oh, I thought that was Shrill trying to discombobulate me.
No, don't worry. I'm just figuring out
I'm
which
definitely
skills
doing
was.
that, people. I'm suffering.
I'm feeling a bit worn out. Oh, that's depressing.
Why is my PC? No!
Hello? Where are all the
yes.
emeralds?
PC always yes.
CC.
There's a bunch of them in a chest by the door for some reason. I don't even know why.
No.
Anybody
They're
wanna
all gone.
play,
There's literally 13 here, but okay.
Well, I just checked. What do you mean?
The wrong chest,
Not
you
this
idiot.
door.
Here you go. Let me put in 30. There you go. 30.
13. Thank you.
Yep.
Also, the netherwort farm is there so you can trade netherwort with the villager as well.
Nice. We could use even more netherwort, though.
Oh, where did the villager go? Oh, he went to sleep. No, get up.
Oh.
Nice one.
I brought some sweet berries.
Oh.
Nice. Food.
Munchies.
We can farm those and sell them to a farmer villager.
Assuming we have a farmer villager.
We'll get one soon enough. We just need to find another zombie
Nice.
villager.
See,
Yes. What?
you're not close enough.
Really? You gotta get up very close then.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's lame. Exactly.
Don't come near me.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Don't go near me.
Can I discombobulate you, JJ?
Why are you blowing yourself up?
JJ, can I discombobulate you?
Spell.
Pretty
If you want to
please.
try it, go ahead. I did get you bamboo, and you said you would help me level up, so sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh my god. Oh, okay.
I know. It was very eventful, wasn't it?
Very. Where are you? I
Just
have
give me
your
a moment.
bamboo.
You have my bamboo? Oh, that's perfect. Just give me a moment then. Oi! Stop sleeping, you lazy ass priest.
Nobody come in this corner.
No, I
What
can't.
corner?
This corner.
Oi, oi, oi!
Why
No, no,
not?
no! Keep that bamboo. Keep that bamboo. For
What are
now.
you doing?
Huh?
Oh, not
I
bad.
would get near me.
So
What are you
come
doing?
Come to
I'm
the
using
farm.
one of my spells that when I land, I do a little like shockwave thing. But I haven't landed.
Hey JJ, you wanna come near Shrill real quick?
No.
Come on, come to the farm, JJ.
Dude, just come over to the corner. Come over to the corner.
I'm not dying. I have 46 levels. Fuck you.
What corner? Huh?
Do you have alchemy or the enchantment thing?
Me?
No, I'm asking Sean.
Come on, fall on the floor.
Yay.
Wait,
Do it.
which
Do it.
corner?
Fall on the floor.
JJ, where are you? You're supposed to be at the
Okay.
farm.
Over here?
Hi.
Hello.
Don't mind me, he's gonna chop this down as well.
Which is... What happened?
Why am I not picking up?
What do you mean, what happened?
My computer is glitching. Why did I go upstairs?
Well, we'll make it not do that.
It's
Exactly.
moving by itself.
No, no.
Am I
Get in there.
moving?
You have to like place it on the block below.
You are...
Halfway
I have
away.
sticky keys? I think I had sticky keys.
You're,
on the
just
wall,
kind of
I think.
sitting...
No,
walking
help me,
around.
help me, help me. Oh my god.
Hi. Hello, JJ.
Smack me real quick. Oh, I know that it's like...
Excuse me, what?
Wait, what? What did you say?
Just smack.
I don't think I'm legally allowed to... When you put it like that,
That's not what I meant.
no.
I'm not even sure what she said. I don't think I
Sadly,
want to know.
You don't want to know. Alright,
No, this
so
thing
how about...
is glitching. Maybe if I get hit, it will start working. Thank you.
There you go, much better.
Did I drop something?
No, when I kill you, don't drop anything. Otherwise, we'd basically be farming you.
No, because I clicked Q.
Oh,
There we
I
go.
think you dropped a single piece of bamboo. Well, speaking of bamboo, you could just put it in here.
Okay.
Yeah. Oi!
I also have an emerald, by the way.
Can I have that?
No.
You can't even use it.
I'm not bothering you.
Yeah, I can. Hold on. I'll show you. Wait. You said you want the berries to plant it or something?
And just don't plant them here, please.
Wait, where do you want it?
Well, not here. I don't know. Yeah.
You want me?
Because the issue is when you collect them, they actually harm you, so I don't want to put them in here. Could perhaps...
Just put a slab above them.
A slab above what?
The berry bushes.
What's
here
that
we have
gonna do?
pumpkins. Just put them in one of the chests and we can grow them later. For now, I don't know.
Where the heck is my staff?
Alright. There we go. There we go.
Why is it glitching again? Who
It
discombobulated
hates
me?
Did they stay right there? Did you?
It's you, Shrill! You're messing with me!
Yep, that's true.
Boo.
Hello there.
Did someone steal my staff?
Which one?
The tree one.
No.
I have mine.
Probably
obviously.
Shrill did. Alright.
Is it probably me? Isn't he?
In that case, I don't know. You have a reputation. What can I say? Okay, JJ, come on. Go above one of the cabbages or something.
Yo, but...
The cabbage summons you,
Discombobulated
JJ.
me! Kill Shrill for me real quick.
No, thank you.
Yeah, kill me. You killed me.
Yeah, sure, kill the guy with freaking... What the... 40 hit points. Oi, JJ. JJ, we're trying to level you up. Stop attacking him. Come on.
Sorry, just kill me
Go,
after I level
the cabbage summons you.
Not
God.
fair.
There you go, and just stay there.
Okay.
I mean, Alsace is just as good of a method sometimes. It's a good supplement. Did you level up yet? Did you get a level?
Yeah, I actually need one more point to get to level, to the next level. That's so cool. Thank you.
Oh, wait, what? 1 point to get to the next level?
Yeah.
Oh, put the cabbage back in here, please, then. Into the hopper.
And I really want this wand to level up.
Just put the things you got from that harvesting in here, and then I could go ahead and get you another level. Come on. There we go. Back on the cabbage you go.
Hold on. There we go.
JJ, can you give me one of those bushes? Berries?
They're in one of the barrels. There you go. Are you okay now? Your levels?
Yes.
Booyah.
Okay.
Okay, hold on.
Invest in
Let's try-
trading,
let's try.
maybe. And
Oh,
Sebastian,
I
what?
did mining again, and then archery.
Sebastian?
okay, fair enough. Yeah, don't plant them here because when you walk by, you're gonna get hit by them. It's a very bad spot to put them.
Yeah, I know. I'm just doing this.
Oh,
Haha.
okay. How good are berries as compost, though?
God damn it!
Exactly.
Goddamn
I
berries.
love the football fan ASMR in the background, sure. It's great. I think it
Gives
really
me-
improves the atmosphere. Oh,
Well, if I'm gonna make the berry farm, then it's not gonna look as good, so.
you could make it like somewhere. We could repurpose this one right here. This little balcony. You don't really go there, so it could be fine.
I'm just gonna go get some dirt.
Sure,
and
sure.
Make one farther down.
Hey, 3 diamonds.
Nice.
Scrap
There
boxes.
you go. You can have one more. Go back on the cabbage, JJ.
What? Hold on. I'm thinking.
The cabbage calls for you.
I can't have a wand in my
I'm bringing
offhand,
some seeds that I
or
collected.
it won't do anything.
There you go. Okay. Oh, I think I might have leveled up accident.
How do you make fruit salad with a pumpkin slice? That's a vegetable.
A pumpkin is a Okay, okay, wait. I'm pretty sure pumpkin is a fruit. I'm pretty sure pumpkin's a fruit.
No.
I thought it was a vegetable.
I don't know. I
What?
mean,
What? God, it's like the fucking tomato shit again.
Tomato is a
Both. End of discussion.
yeah. Tomato's both.
it's both. That's such an easier answer.
Pumpkins are
No,
vegetables.
it makes sense to be both. I mean, fruit is supposed to be sweet though. That's the Disney thing. But it has seeds like fruit.
Is
But
I know pumpkin is a vegetable because I literally grow them in my backyard
It's a
for
fruit.
years.
I think
Says who? Pumpkin is
according
not
to
a
two
fruit.
Sources from Google, it is a fruit.
Bro, I swear if you just pulled up what's that website?
Wikipedia.
If you fucking
First off, not Wikipedia.
WikiHow.
Urban Dictionary.
No,
No, no.
fruitsandveggies.org.
fruits
It's
and
an
veggies.
organization.
You know what? Search up tomato on there. Let's see what they say.
No.
I got it. Is tomato
No, not on Google. On the other fruit veggie website. Whatever the fuck.
I don't know if they have a fucking thing like that.
Oh
Oh,
god.
there's no like search thing.
If they have some kind of definite answer for the tomato thing, then they're automatically wrong on the pumpkin thing. Because tomato's universal. It's both.
I mean, some people argue against that, but you know.
But
They're
that's
stupid.
such an
They're fucking
like,
stupid.
An agreeable answer though. To just
It
say
is a really agreeable answer, yeah. It just depends who you ask. So
It's not
basically-
just agreeable. It's the right answer. Also,
Yeah.
we need. Hold on.
What do we need? Do you need some wheat?
Where's Fork? Fork's over there. Hold on. I'm jumping over there.
Hello.
Hello, Fork.
How's it going?
Everything's going alright. I mean, my stream did kind of crash a little bit ago,
Oh, that
but
sucks.
it's back up. Don't worry, it's good.
Good, good, good.
So I came here to ask of a small favor. You got any Ender pearls
I can get them easily.
or Eyes of Ender? And
Uh,
no, it's not
alright.
for the end portal. I'm crafting things with them.
I mean, I'm gonna have to get a lot of ender pearls anyway for tomorrow and kill blazes anyway. So that's like, yes, I can get them for you.
Yeah, I would greatly
Shrill could
appreciate
get
it.
them for you too.
Yeah, but Trill isn't. He's not the best teammate, to say the least. There's been a little bit of conflict in the Rogue faction lately.
Is he the one that put the hit out on me?
Well, no, that was just JJ. She wanted to kill you because you were using her mob farm or something. I don't know.
Oh,
But she never found you because she kept dying herself, so she gave up.
so you know it's funny, right?
What?
I was following her for like 10 minutes, just shift walking behind her.
So yeah, the thing about her is that she lags really badly, so she can't really
Yeah.
tell who's like following or hitting her. She usually assumes it's Shrill, because usually it is. But yeah, do you want anything in exchange for this? Any material? Anything I can like get for you?
I would like a shulker box.
Deal. I've gotten like 3 of those.
Okay, cool.
What color
that-
you want?
That makes this easy. I mean, if you give me a regular one, I can just dye it whatever color I want.
All right.
All right. All right. Let me see if the crops have grown. Actually, if you have carrots and beets, I can make the trade a lot easier.
Might have to run that by Sylvester. He's the farmer boy. I'll be honest, I have no clue. We might have carrots, but beets? Probably not.
I mean, it's fine if you don't. Like, I have a ton. It's just makes it easier, you know? Especially since I got a villager cured. So I
Ooh,
get
discount.
like I get a better trades for trading for emeralds. Like I get like 9 beets is one emerald now instead of 15.
Oh, okay. Shit.
How many do you need?
Eyes of Ender. Good question. Give me 1 second. I need 9 Eyes of Ender and 18 Ender Pearls. It's a bit of a tall order.
It'll take me a few Minecraft days, but I can totally do it.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, checking the farm. Sylvestron only has wheat, potatoes, cabbages. Oh yeah, he does have beetroot down there. More potatoes. What's up here? And pumpkins. So yeah, sadly all we have is beetroot. You're fine with that, right?
Pumpkins?
How many pumpkins? Our pumpkin farm is a bit of a mess, but we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 grown at the moment, and I don't know how many in our chest because I've been getting a lot of those from scrap boxes.
Well, I'll tell you right now that I have a conversion rate of 1 to 1 on pumpkins.
You want a couple pumpkins and beetroots?
Yeah.
Alright. Let me ask Sebastian if he can give me any, since he's the one farming them with the staff. So yeah, I'll be back in a minute.
That's almost like getting a gaming Mac.
Sebastian, this is important. I'm making a big deal with Fork, which will land us a magical broom.
A magical broom.
A magical broom?
Yeah,
We already have JJ to do the various sweeping for us.
No. That's not what I mean. We're gonna get like a.
What happened to the chest?
Oh, what's it called? Hold on.
What happened to the chest? This is my chest. This was for my plants.
Sebastian, as the leader and magic
But, like,
user,
everything that was in
don't you want to have
What do you mean everything that was in there?
an infusion
my
room?
stuff.
That does sound really cool,
The
and
chest
I like
right
the sound of
here
that.
that
Yes.
you can see
With this
clearly
infusion
is
room, we
right
can make
here.
overpowered weapons
Why is
and
that in the hopper?
and armor.
Because this was where I
Right.
was
Um,
putting
And
Well, what's that deal?
was
What are we getting? Like, what are we getting? What are we
This
giving?
isn't your chest.
if we give him
Your own
a bunch of beetroot and carrots and pumpkins, he will give us a bunch of Eyes of Ender and Ender Pearls.
Really? That's the deal?
Yep.
Why would
and-
we need those?
Why does he need so many pumpkins and beetroots?
So he can trade it to the villager to get the Eye of Enders.
Oh, okay.
Why do we do that?
To make an infusion
I-
room, so we can infuse stuff and make overpowered armor and an elytra.
Okay, fair enough.
Yes, you
that
heard
could
me.
be
We can
arranged.
craft elytras. I kind of noticed
Um,
it since we have a bunch of membrane sitting around.
Alright, that sounds fine by me. Although that said,
Mhm.
gonna have to harvest that, and not today because it's getting very late. But we do have beetroot growing. We do have pumpkins, and we do have what else?
We don't have carrots actually growing.
I thought we did.
No, we just have
What do you make
potatoes twice.
What? No, we had carrots growing. A lot of them. What happened to the little carrots we were growing?
I don't know. Maybe Jupy stole them.
Why did you invite Jupy?
I never did. That was Shrill's plan. He never went through with it. I don't know what he did with the carrots.
I never touched the carrots. So.
Okay, I'm gonna make my own chest.
Okay, there's all these cabbages.
I harvested the beetroot.
Okay, so we probably have some carrots somewhere, which we could then grow here. They used to grow, but for some reason, yeah.
Also,
They
what do
should-
you
they
mean
should
we
be one
could
of the
make
test
elytras? You can't make an elytra.
Yes, you can. I literally
No,
checked the
you can't.
recipe.
Yeah, the elytra crystallite, which you need a bunch of other stuff from the end.
Yeah, and guess what?
An
The end
enchanted
opens
membrane.
tomorrow, and the enchanted membrane
Okay,
we can get.
but you can't craft an elytra. You can craft a elytra crystallite.
Yeah, which
And
is
an
an
armor
elytra. It
Well,
still
pick
lets
the
you
right one.
fly. It doesn't
Oh, you got
matter.
pumpkins. Okay.
Actually, no, it's a better elytra. It lets you fly, and it gives you armor and other buffs.
Okay, but it's not a regular elytra, like you said.
Sure, who cares about technicalities? The point is,
As
we can
long
get
as
more
it works
powerful.
like that.
Ooh, like this.
As long as it works as like an elytra, it's an elytra. The end.
An upgraded elytra at that.
Yeah. Even
You
better.
can upgrade the elytra, you can't craft it.
No, you don't
Still
upgrade the elytra, you
objectively
straight
wrong.
up craft it. Like it says it right there.
You're a genius, you know that?
He is.
JJ, where's my bone, man?
There's no bone meal in here. You see my inventory?
Also, why did we have a stack of coal? Coal ore, to be specific.
So that's a very good question, and one that I have no idea how to answer because basically randomly Silver just came back. He's like, "Oh, I have something." And by Silver I mean Moonshine, aka
Oh, so Moonshine stole this from Fork. Got it.
basically. So probably. So if he wants it back, he's free to take it.
You know what? I will kindly return it.
Yeah.
And-
I'm stuck.
And then we
it'll-
can murder Silver.
Where are you stuck?
I said I messed up.
Why?
Nauticus. Hello, Nauticus. What are you doing up on this hour?
Put it next to the item pipe.
Does your mind just get the fuck to sleep? I want to, but someone is not having their stream with their sister that they were supposed to have.
Insolence.
The insolence. How dare you? I stayed up for this for already an hour. Sean, where is my reward? Where is the stream that was promised?
Hold on, she sent me a voice message.
Mercy. We better put it on speaker. We all need to hear it.
Yeah, we all need to hear that.
Yeah. She's kept us waiting for so long. Oh, I have all the lapis. I should probably return that.
You stole my
Okay,
emerald.
okay, hold on.
You stole my emerald.
Oh, I
You want
think
some
I might have
emerald?
stolen it.
Yeah.
I can give some emeralds.
I'll return it in a bit.
I have 8 emeralds. They're very lovely.
Okay. You don't have to give it to me. I want the person who took it to give it back, type of thing.
No, I'll give you emeralds.
No.
Here, have your emerald. Where are
I will
you?
give you these emeralds, and you will like it.
What's wrong? Stop hitting me.
Here, I'm giving you
I
2.
have as many hearts as you.
I have emeralds.
Cool. I'm gonna go use the
Stop
bathroom.
giving me more emeralds.
Here, let's give her
Have
emeralds.
emeralds.
Have emeralds.
I have emeralds. Also, have these 2
Double
potatoes.
click the search bar.
Have some
Go
egg.
and work as a search.
Have some beetroot.
A little bit of
Some
lapis.
wood. Bit of arrows.
I'll take
Yeah,
all
pumpkin.
of
it
that.
does.
I'll take all of this.
It does turn
Oh,
into a search bar.
that's useful for you. I think that's your wooden axe.
Have some near.
Have a heal.
Have
I don't
glowing.
want near. I don't want that.
You're taking it.
I'll
Stop
be back.
hitting me.
I'm not hitting you. Oh, have this fun.
She's lagging. She can't hit me.
I am lagging.
Oh, sorry. Let me. Fix
Why are
that.
you here?
Here you go. Have a healy.
Show, get out of the corner.
Oi, why are you not healed? I told you to heal. Why is it not working on everyone? Oh, it's not a group heal. I thought this is a self heal only. That's lame.
You know what else is lame?
Me, sometimes.
You nuts.
Not Wayne. I'm not lame. I'm awesome. What am I saying?
Damn. Okay.
Anyway, Celestia, I'm making the group. She's
Who
here.
stole my wood?
What group? Oh, I'll just be watching. I'm not gonna join in the stream.
Okay.
Hello.
Why, hi, Fork. It's a SCP time. I'm not sure if you meant that you were gonna watch or you were gonna participate.
I can do both.
Okay.
I hope you don't mind me shooting blazes in the nether.
That's fine. Also, sad news. Sylvestron is going to sleep. My poor man is extremely tired. I was only able to get 40 beetroot and 6 pumpkins, but I might check the chest, see if there's anything else laying around.
Hey, those are 6 emeralds, man.
6 emeralds. Let's see. I had 23 pumpkins. How about that?
Perfect.
You know, I honestly expected us having more than that.
I already have like 5 pearls, so.
Oh, good. Let's see, you got anything else? Anything else you might trade for emeralds that we could provide? We only have 1 carrot. No, we
not
have 9.
really.
Oh, actually, wait, we do have a bunch of carrots. It's just they're in crates. We have 18 carrots. Damn, when did we get so much crying obsidian?
How many eyes of ender did you need?
Let me double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 eyes of ender and 18 normal pearls.
Okay, I should have enough. Yeah, I should have enough blaze rods now. I killed a ton of blazes.
Alright. I'm gonna go pick up my dinner real quick. Whenever you're
no
ready,
worries.
just come by the rogue base. I'm gonna be at the very bottom at the basement.
You can hear me approach. Holy cow, you guys actually like made stairs and stuff. Holy cow.
What do we have here? What do we
Hello,
have
Sylvestrian, how are you?
here? Hello there, folk. Hello there, Sean.
Sean is currently AFK for food.
I'm back.
For food. I
Oh.
didn't realize Sean eats things. Sean, you consume sustenance.
I'm eating salmon. Like
That
the fish
makes-
drawing.
Like the fish drawing, yeah. Oh, that's great.
What the heck? You guys brought back horses? Oh.
That was
Yeah,
Shrill.
sick. Nightmare horses, apparently.
Alright, I'm ready with the stuff if you want to give it to me so I can go trade.
Oh, do you have the stuff?
Yep.
Okay. Oh, we don't have a lot of it, though, do we?
Yeah, no.
Well, I get a 1-to-1 trade on pumpkins.
Oh, that's nice.
I'll be back.
I mean, we can give you a couple emeralds if you want.
How many you guys got?
That depends
mean-
if the villager's awake. And if Shrill isn't hogging them all.
Just don't take hey, don't take the...
This is more important. This is for a bigger cause. We'll return her emeralds later. Come on, villager.
Gigi's attacking Shrill because she thinks he stole the frickin'...
She always thinks it's Shrill. That's fine.
Okay. Alright, can't even be harmed by her punching. What?
She died from Thorn's damage. Shrill is so powerful that JJ just died.
Just punch yourself to death. Oh, that's great. That's great. I love it. That's basically equivalent of why you're hitting yourself, only worse.
Also, my sister will be here in a moment. She was talking to her parents about apparently she's getting
Aren't her parents your parents?
No,
No.
we're not actually related.
Oh.
Big lore reveal.
Oh.
Here you go, Shrill. I mean, not Shrill, sorry, Fork.
Oh god, that's a lot.
Yep. Feel free to keep any extras or return them. We're kind of poor. I mean, what?
Excuse me, what?
I didn't say anything.
You didn't say anything good. Hey there,
Snowing
villager.
up here.
But yeah, she's late because apparently they're gonna get her car. Pretty nice.
That's huge.
Wait, that's the reason.
Yeah, she's finally getting her own car.
Huh. What car is she getting?
I have no clue.
Alright, so you wanted 9 Ender Eyes
Mm-hmm.
and 18 regular Ender Pearls, right?
Mm-hmm.
Potentially.
Well, I got the 18 Ender Pearls.
Yay. Alright, I'm gonna
the
be
Ender
ending
Eyes
my
will
stream.
take a tiny bit more.
Thanks anyone who watched. I'll be going to sleep
Sadly,
until tomorrow.
you will miss the SCPs, but that's fine. There's always a bot.
Oh, I just said I'm ending my stream. I never said I'm leaving completely.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Also, thank you for leveling me up.
You're welcome. That's how I've been leveling up as well.
Yeah.
I've gotten like 4 levels today just doing this.
This is exactly why we need more villagers.
Yep.
I would set up a villager breeder, but it requires so much iron.
Iron?
Yeah.
Alright.
What do you need the iron for?
Rails and all. Like you need a way to get the villagers where they need to be.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
I mean, why not just make an iron
you just
farm?
pick them up with shift and right click.
Because I could actually, but I also need a way to capture a zombie and then a way to put it where it needs to be.
Boats. Oh god, my throat is dead after today. 6 hours and active hours and just all hurts. My voice is gonna be gone by tomorrow.
Huh, maybe you should do the thing I did a couple streams ago.
What's that?
During like the day I streamed a little bit of Minecraft, but then I remembered that I had an Among Us collab that night. So I decided to end stream early, take a 2-hour break, and then on the time of the collab I start streaming again.
Yeah, I mean that is something I wish I would do, but you know, I generally prefer to avoid streaming this much. But yeah, the hell was my Twitch password?
Well, now it is known to everybody.
You should not say that on my stream. I'm literally gonna make a meme out of each rogue member.
Every rogue member already is a meme in their own right.
I know,
What are you
but
talking about?
I mean with my spyglass texture pack.
Oh,
Oh, excuse me if you guys heard that.
We did not. You're safe. For now.
I'm safe. No ASMR.
shame.
Sebastian, where are all the bottles?
What do you mean?
Didn't we have more?
No.
Oh,
did
we
sell
have
them?
glass. Never mind.
Oh my god. I need. What is that? 4 to 1 plus. $11 more emeralds?
Oh my god, I have 2 stacks of bottles.
Wait, you have 2 stacks of bottles?
Yeah, I can sell bottles to my cleric. I have 23 emeralds now.
Yeah. So can I.
Awesome.
What level is your trading?
My trading is level 1.
Give them to me and I'll trade them because I have level 7 trading.
Oh, I mean, I already traded with my villager, but I still have the leftover bottles, so you can have them here.
I'm gonna go say goodnight to everyone. I'm gonna join you in.
You can also trade another word if you want.
Oh, I'm good.
Alright. And yeah, good night, Silvestrion.
Night.
Night.
I mean, I'll join in your chat and I'll see. I do hope that your thing will start soon before I fall asleep. So yeah.
Yeah, me too,
Night,
because
night.
I don't know where the fuck she is.
Good. Well, she's probably enjoying the new car, I imagine.
Well, I don't think she has her car yet. It was just announced to her that, hey, we might get you a
Maybe
car.
they're doing the Grand Theft Auto right now. They're kidnapping the car.
Also, Fork, did you already leave?
Anyway, cheers.
Yeah, why?
So I was given news that a certain someone that, took your items didn't return something.
What?
A stack of coal ore.
Oh.
Yeah, it has come into my possession and I would like to return it to you.
Oh, okay. Well, here.
There you go.
I only need 9 more emeralds, and then I can.
Oh, here we go.
Oh. Okay. I'll be back.
Thank you so much. So, by any chance, have you found the end portal already?
Nope, not yet. You need Eyes of Ender to go find it.
Ah, sure. According to Shrill, there's one nearby with 0, what's it called? 0 eyes in it already. I have no clue where he means, but
You got all the stuff you need.
thank you very much.
I don't even remember what you traded me for.
What do you mean?
The trade for I can't even remember what it was.
Oh, I just gave you a bunch of emeralds, beetroots, pumpkins, and
No, to get the eyes and stuff. I can't even remember what the trade was. What?
Oh, I thought the trade in itself was me giving you emeralds.
No,
Wasn't it?
I just accelerated the process of you getting it. Why is everyone disappearing? What? Oh, it's only when I turn a certain direction.
Yeah, for some reason there's like a weird glitch. Oh, it's Sylvester's
There's a
feeding you.
giant stack of gold chests
Where?
in the nether portal. Whenever you guys disappear, it just appears in there.
Gold
it's fine.
chest? I just see lava flowing over there. Maybe it's that.
What's with the sky stone chest?
I don't know. Fucking Shrill found it in the middle of a meteor and just brought it home. Apparently you can find purple flux crystals in these things. And
yeah.
you don't even need mining level to get it. All you just need is mini TNT and it'll blow through it.
Through the sky block or the flux crystal?
The meteor itself.
I mean, I can mine the sky block, I just don't get it.
Oh.
Yeah, it's weird.
Well, according to him, you can just blow it up with TNT and you get it.
What's up, motherfuckers? ¿Qué pasa?
Oh, Sophia, you're finally here.
I'm alright, bitch. I can't. Look. Let me let you in on this shit. So apparently, I am getting a car. And the reason why this took a fat minute is because the minute I grabbed that car and it's in my possession, World War III is about to kick into this motherfucker. So, yeah, took a fat minute to finish that combo.
Well, that's great. Sophia, meet Fork and Sylvestron, some B2ing partners of mine.
So, like, why you call it fork and not spoon? I'm sorry, I needed to make the joke. I'm sorry.
Well, my name always got shortened to Fork, so I just went with it.
Yeah.
Wait, what's your full name? What's his
Fork
name?
Chorus.
What the fuck? 4 courses? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just really annoying.
I forgot to mention she's a little crazy.
I'm not. I'm just mad annoying.
So, my other friend, Sylvestron, he's not actually going to be in here. He's going to be in the chat itself, because that man's falling asleep. He's going to pass out. Anyways, I'm going to exit out of Minecraft and swap over to SCPs.
Okay, then while you do that, let me finish showing my mom my haul.
Your what?
My haul, because I went out and I got robot and I
Oh,
was
this. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wait, is your sister Hispanic?
Bitch, no. I
We're
am
Puerto
English.
Ricans.
England. No,
Puerto
shut the
Rican. Oh.
No, I'm like I'm from Okay, how I was saying.
She's fine.
Oh shit, I was kind of mad. Fine, not gonna like shit. I was fuck myself.
Who's pulling your hair? What?
Bitch, what the fuck did you just say?
I'm asking what pulled your hair.
Bro, the fucking back of the fucking shirt. It'd be like it was a bitch. I don't know.
Jesus Christ.
Bro, I like this fit. Not gonna lie, these pants are mad big. Yeah, I'll give you that. But the shirt, oh shit, I need pants. Shit. I got it. I don't have pants for it.
She does know I can speak Spanish, right?
Oh, you can speak Spanish? Oh,
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I didn't know that until I saw your Twitter bio.
Oh yeah.
Wait. Before y'all start, give me a minute. I'm about to show my outfit to my mother. Don't fucking start. Give me like 3 minutes.
Take your time.
Of course I'm gonna take my time. It's my world.
Besides, I need to swap the stream. I'm gonna assume I just put it on just chatting.
Yeah.
Or is there a reaction category?
Are you gonna like react to some videos and stuff, or what?
I'm gonna react to SCP videos.
Reaction probably would be the best one.
Yeah, there's a reaction category. I mean, I hope that's right. Let me double check.
Hola putas, ¿cómo están? Esta noche yo le voy a dar la ¿cómo está? Okay, yeah, okay.
You are incredibly loud.
Bitch, I am incredibly hyper.
I'm trying to manage your volume for the stream so you don't destroy people's ears over here.
Bitch, shut the fuck up. My voice is very not loud. Bitch, honestly, this shirt makes me act up. This shirt gonna make me be like, damn, mommy. You try to catch these hands on those man fine booty cheeks. Let me just clap them real quick.
My God.
Yep.
Bro, I have a very large case of narcissism with myself because like myself is just sexy as shit for myself, not for others, but for me, and that's good enough for me. Oh shit! Wait, I haven't seen it tight.
The other mode? There we go. Okay, Sophia, everything's set up. Whenever you're ready, just join the stream.
Oh, yeah, where's okay? Yes, let me see.
Also, Fork, I'm streaming on the Discord so you can hop in and see the SCPs.
Wait, does comfort just increase the speed that would cut stuff down?
What does comfort even do? I have no clue what this does.
Neither do I.
Go test it out. Why y'all asking what it does? Why don't y'all try it out?
Well, we have been trying it.
I don't know.
So, you ready?
Are you ready, kids?
I'm gonna take that as a yes.
SCP-049 has expressed frustration or remorse after these killings, indicating that they have done little to kill the pestilence, though will usually seek to then perform a crude surgery on the corpse. These surgeries are often result in the creation of instances of SCP-0492. So this so-called plague doctor, how many was it really kills? And how terrifying will it be? Hello everybody, I'm the Rubber. Today, we bring you a SCP Foundation Euclid class object, SCP-049. In SCP Foundation, which SCP
No, Sophia, he's an eraser.
let us know in the comment below. SCP-049 is a humanoid entity, roughly 1.9 meters in height, weight 95.3 kilograms, which bears the appearance of a medieval plague doctor. While it appears to be wearing the thick robes and the ceramic mask indicative of that profession, the garments instead seem to have grown out of its body over time, and are now nearly indistinguishable from whatever form is beneath them. X-rays indicate that despite this, 049 does have a humanoid skeletal structure beneath its outer layer. While SCP-049
Imagine never having to buy clothes for yourself.
staff, it can
Imagine your skin being the clothing.
or at times
Honestly,
outright
that's
aggressive
not
if it feels that it is in the presence of what it calls the pestilence. 049 will become hostile with individuals it sees as being affected by the pestilence. If left unchecked, it will generally attempt to kill any such individual. It is capable of causing all biological functions of an organism to cease through direct skin contact. How this occurs is currently unknown. There was one record show 049 quickly closed the distance between the subject, killing the subject with a touch
Also,
of its
that's
throat.
like a deadly game of
049 has
tag.
expressed frustration or
Yeah.
remorse after these killings, indicating that they have done little to kill the pestilence, though will usually seek to then perform a crude surgery on the corpse using the implements contained within a black doctor's bag it carries on its person at all times. While these surgeries are not always successful,
racist.
they often result in the creation of instances of 0492. 0492 instances are reanimated corpses that have been operated on by 049. These instances do
So
not seem to
Frankenstein.
retain any of their prior memories or mental functions,
SCP
having only
Frankenstein.
basic motor skills and response mechanisms. While these instances are generally inactive, moving very little, and in a generally ambulatory fashion, they can become extremely aggressive if provoked, or if directed to by 049. Despite these alterations, 049 often remarks that the subjects have been cured. SCP-049
ain't
was
cured, they
discovered
just
during
dead.
the investigation of a series of unknown disappearances in the town of Montauban in southern France. During a raid on a local home, investigators found several instances of 0492, as well as 049. While law enforcement personnel engaged the hostile 0492 instances, it was noted as watching the engagement and taking notes in its journal. After all of the 0492 instances were dispatched, 049 willingly entered Foundation custody. 049 has spent a considerable amount of time studying and performing surgery on the various mammalian corpses it has been provided. It will routinely spend several days performing surgery, and then, regardless of whether or not the corpse becomes an instance of 0492, spending several more days documenting its findings in a thick leather journal stored within its doctor's bag. It will often seek to share its findings with members of
I
Foundation
mean,
staff.
A
According to one
form of
record,
scientist, yeah.
049 spent several days operating on the orangutan, reanimating it several times. However,
That's not
049 appeared to be discontent with the results it experienced, returning to the creature 3 times after its initial reanimation for additional work. After it was unable to reanimate the corpse a 5th time, 049 turned the corpse over to Foundation staff for incineration. As time goes by, on April 16, 2017, as Dr. Raymond Ham was entering SCP-049's test chamber to conduct another routine interview, the entity began to grow anxious and asked Dr. Ham if he was feeling well. Following protocol, Dr. Ham reminded 049 that the interview was required, after which the entity became hostile and attacked Dr. Ham, killing him. Due to a lapse in security protocol, and because Dr. Ham did not activate the in-chamber emergency system, Dr. Ham's corpse was not discovered until 3 hours later, by which point
Holy
049
cow.
Damn.
converted it into an instance of 049-2. I hope you enjoyed today's video. Have you ever heard or encountered any paranormal event? Let us know in the comments.
Sophia, no necrophilia on stream, please.
I mean, on screen, you say yourself, so you're saying that after the condom over here is all out of everybody's vision, can fuck to death.
Bye-bye.
Jesus.
That seems like a great way to do it.
SCP-682 begins thrashing violently, emitting several roaring sounds and issuing...
So yeah, real quick, this is like the playlist I was using last time, and I just threw it back at the beginning because I barely remember any of these. It's literally been like 3 months. I think you're gonna like this one. This one is kind of like your cat, Sophia.
I mean, is it like my cat or is it like me?
Like your cat.
Attack against several agents, staff, and researchers, resulting in 11 deaths and 86 injuries.
Why are you hiding people?
I don't think you should question that.
Question it. Oh, damn.
SCP-682.
Oh, the rubber, the condom.
SCP-682 is one of the most popular in SCP Foundation.
Leave the poor eraser alone.
It's a large, vaguely reptile-like creature of unknown origin, famous for traits that are almost impossible to be destroyed. It appears to be extremely intelligent and was observed to engage in complex communication with other SCPs. 682 appears to have a hatred of all life, which has been expressed in several interviews during containment. 682 has always been observed to have
Smarter than humans, huh?
I mean, it had an interview.
Vary with its form.
Yeah.
Its physical body grows and changes very quickly, growing or decreasing in size as it consumes or sheds material, and can gain energy from anything
McDonald's, he did so better life than I do.
682's regenerative capabilities and resilience are
He's a
staggering,
lizard.
and it has been seen moving and speaking with its body 87% destroyed or rotted. When being asked why it kills those innocent farmers, it refused to answer at first, but after forced to answer by a doctor, 682 assault one of the personnel, and answer they were disgusting. Due to the highly aggressive, adaptive, and intelligent nature of 682, termination testing has been ordered by Foundation. The only problem is, the number of termination testing have been conducted close to 100, yet none of them have been success. Among the many execution records, the most classic of which
They can't kill it.
You can't die, motherfucker. He's a strong
409 is a very dangerous quartz crystal. Any objects coming in contact with 409 will begin to crystallize after 3 hours. After complete crystallization, the object will bursting into thousands of fragments with great force. Upon exposure, 682's crystallization begins. It shows signs of extreme pain and begins having seizures, but the crystallization stops at 62% conversion with unknown reason. Its crystallized area explodes, causing massive physical trauma to 682. 1 hour later, 682 recovers from exposure, despite the loss of limbs and organs. It begins regeneration, stating that it will attempt to kill and consume all staff involved in this event. Due to the failure of SCP-409, major concerns raised about possible developed immunities and possible adaptations. All future termination tests must first be carried out on tissue samples taken from 682. In another termination testing, 682 quickly presses against the
angel, Sophia.
SCP-173,
Oh,
staring at
hell
it
no,
the
that
entire
motherfucking
time.
baby looking ass bitch.
SCP-173
He tryna fight.
cannot move while within a direct line
It's
of
a
sight.
stalemate.
Then once the line of sight is broken, it will move in high speed and attack by snapping the neck of the victim.
Damn, that chicken trying to break off at people's necks like people be breaking off
for
their
6
necks.
hours. To realize this situation, agents equipped with large caliber sniper rifles dispatch and shoot out the eyes of 682. After resuming observation, 682 is shown to be on the floor, with several injuries around its head, neck, and legs. It rapidly regenerates from damage and moves to a different wall, developing several sets of eyes on various parts of its body, many covered by thick, clear caps of armored carapace.
So he evolved.
No. I'm starting to remember this.
Agents and Foundation staff. At the end, Foundation staff have no other way but to end this testing. Termination testing with SCP-162 has once again proved the exceptional vitality and adaptability of 682. Touching SCP-162 will immediately result in several hooks becoming embedded in the subject's skin. Subject will bleed profusely, resulting in death after
That's like the type of
geeky
shit people that like to play with knives does.
To 162. It begins thrashing violently.
Wait, how do you know?
Roaring sounds and issuing profanity.
Something real well known that people like playing with knives like that.
Of continued exposure,
I don't think you want to play with this hook monster.
I feel like a lot of people want to play with this hook monster. Oh, wow. Oh, okay.
Tissue damage to many areas.
Yeah, are you sure about that now?
Oh, I am sure about it. What you going on about, bitch?
Staff and researchers, resulting in 11 deaths and 86 injuries. So we know at this time, no means available to SCP teams are capable of destroying SCP-682, only able to cause massive physical damage.
Just throw it into another dimension.
Within chamber filled with hydrofluoric acid until it is submerged.
They could probably do that. Make it someone else's problem.
Have you ever heard or encountered any
Make it someone
paranormal
else's
event?
problem
Let us know
in
in
the
the
sense
comment
of
below.
maybe the
Draw
same
your story
researchers
and share it
from
with the
another
world.
universe. And
Don't
who knows,
forget
maybe
to
those
click like,
researchers know how to
subscribe
kill
this
it.
channel and hit the bell.
I always thought it
Oh.
was interesting that they used SCPs to, well, try and destroy other SCPs, just in case.
A lot of SCPs that like
John
there's
heard the
one I
worst
know
sound
for a
any
fact, like
human-
it causes you to have this like sense of like happiness, like hardcore happiness, and like when you touch it or are exposed to it, you're just like high.
Oh, you mean? I think that might be 0001, the little blob slime thing.
Wait, I know that they tried to mix that one with one that was really aggressive, and that motherfucker, he wanted to fight everybody. Understandable, honestly. I can't fight him for that. But like, he tried to kill everybody, and he was just really hostile, and they tried to put like SCPs together to see if he would calm down. So I feel like it's a very like common thing for them just to like include SCPs in the experiments of other SCPs to see how they would react and if it actually would work on other SCPs.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, they should probably try that. The slime one you mentioned. See if that makes this lizard thing a bit more
Maybe because
gentle.
he just discussed the world.
Yeah, he hates everything that's alive.
And then why doesn't he hate himself? She.
You think that thing's alive?
He looks alive. He keeps regenerating. That means that he has cells in his body that are alive. So that says a lot for me.
It's true.
Exactly.
Fair
It's
point.
true. Exactly, because I say it is.
Okay.
Human being had ever heard a sneeze coming from 6 inches behind his head. For a second, John remembered an episode of Mythbusters he had seen before being arrested, before coming here, where they tested to see if someone could sneeze with his eyes open. And yep, he never saw the end. There was a sick, wet thud, a horrible ripping sound, and a scream that ended too quickly. John didn't even have a chance to turn around and look over.
teddy bear.
Hello everybody, I'm the Rubber. Today, we bring you an
Oh, the
SCP
condom, the
Foundation
baby
Euclid
can't
class object.
No, it's the
SCP-173.
Weeping Angel thing.
SCP-173 is animate and extremely hostile. It moved to the SCP Foundation in 1993, but its origins are unknown to this day. SCP-173 is constructed from concrete and rebar with traces of Krylon brand spray paint. SCP-173 is completely still while in an organism's field of vision, only moving when it isn't being watched, even if the observer simply blinks
Oh,
or
God.
barely
I
looks
think
off
I'm
the
dead here.
object. Just when the observer
What do you mean you're
blinks, SCP-173 will make a grindstone sound and move forward a short distance.
What were
quickly.
you doing for it?
Despite the fact that it is a
hear me out,
statue,
hear me out.
SCP
What if? You know how you gotta blink?
Mm-hmm.
So you do this, you hold your eyeballs open, and then you blink one at a time. And then open that one, and then blink the other one. And then just keep doing the
So basically do the thing Chibi did, but accidentally blink with both eyes.
then just die if something happened. Damn, you trying to
Genius.
run that secret. No, it is. It comes from me, and obviously I am the farthest thing from a genius, but I'm somewhere there. Somewhere.
Well, what were you saying, Fork?
Oh, I just died in Minecraft. You're good.
What were you doing? Grinding more blazes?
No.
Ah, I get it. Secret farm stuff.
Grinding more iron.
Oh, fair enough.
Darn it, I lost all my XP.
173 can move fast enough to travel several feet in the time it takes for the human eye to reopen after blinking. It can literally move faster than the blink of an eye. It will advance towards its target until it is in range, then snaps its victim's neck. Object is reported to attack by snapping the neck at the base of the skull, or by strangulation. SCP-173 is apparently strong enough to snap the neck of a fully grown man almost instantly, although exactly how it does this is unknown. However, the creature is rendered completely immobile for as long as it's in an organism's sight. Therefore, personnel assigned to enter container are instructed to alert one another before blinking. Personnel report sounds of scraping stone originating from within the container when no one is present inside. However, this is considered normal. The reddish-brown substance on the floor is a combination of feces and blood, but so far, the source of these materials is still unknown. And due to the increasing amount of reddish-brown material, its enclosure must be cleaned on a bi-weekly basis. Being constructed of concrete and rebar, SCP-173 is incredibly durable, able to hold itself in a fight against SCP-682. SCP-682 is a massive reptilian beast with almost unlimited regenerative powers that is widely considered the most adaptive and durable SCP the Foundation contains. If you want to know more about SCP-682, you can click on this video in the upper right corner. Back to 173. So the Foundation personnel arranged a battle with 682 in order to test the durability of 173. And from that day on, it inspires great fear in 682. Because SCP-173 is an extremely dangerous object, hence is to be kept in a locked container at all times. When personnel must enter SCP-173's container, no fewer than 3 may enter at any time, and the door is to be relocked behind them. At all times, 2 persons must maintain direct eye contact with SCP-173 until all personnel have vacated and relocked the container. And now, probably the scariest thing is that 173 seems to have started its reproduction. Here's one of the recordings of personnel in 173's containment.
Yeah, I remember. This thing clones itself or something, I don't know.
5933 shouted at the other D-Class personnel in the cell. SCP-173, what are you looking at? Came the reply. This worried John, as he was staring intently at SCP-173, and the other D-Class personnel was standing behind John, facing the other direction. Then, John heard the worst sound any human being had ever heard, a sneeze, coming from 6 inches behind his head. For a second, John remembered an episode of Mythbusters he had seen before being arrested, before coming here, where they tested to see if someone could sneeze with his eyes open. And yep, he never saw the end. There was a sick, wet thud, a horrible ripping sound, and a scream that ended too quickly. John didn't even have a chance to turn around and look over. From SCP-173's Addendum 1, it was written that SCP-173 appeared to multiply, producing 2 identical copies. 2 D-Class personnel were killed. It is unknown how this process occurred. Each instance of SCP-173, now labeled SCP-173-1 and SCP-173-2, is to be moved to individual cells, each following original containment procedures. In Addendum 2, it was noted down that a second multiplication event occurred. SCP-173-1 through 4 are to be each contained as per original containment procedures. Objects reclassed as Keter. And in the Addendum 3, at least 61 copies of SCP-173 are as of now.
Oh shit.
It is unknown how they replicated so fast,
and they both
or
escaped.
how they replicate at all. Video evidence of the containment breach shows multiple instances of SCP-173 working in unison across multiple cells to achieve the breach. Most of the instances still in captivity appear to have formed a rear guard, blocking Foundation agents from pursuing other instances. It is theorized that SCP-173 has a hive intelligence, where intelligence scales with number of nearby copies. SCP-173 has caused a breach of secrecy for the SCP Foundation. Estimates at this time are roughly 500,000 civilian deaths across North America in the last 48 hours due to SCP-173, and hundreds of thousands of sightings and pieces of video evidence. Major television news programs have obtained video of SCP-173 and are providing instructions for avoiding instant death. And following saturation nuclear bombing on number of SCP-173 instances has been reduced.
I like how that's
I hope you enjoyed today's video. Have you ever heard or encountered any paranormal?
Like that's gonna help us,
Let us
you know.
in the comment below.
Yeah.
We will draw your story and share it with the world. Don't forget to click like, subscribe to this channel, and hit the bell. Please share it to your friends if you like this video. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you in the next video. Bye-bye.
It's cement and rebar. So.
The SCP Foundation
Maybe
is
it
a
worked.
major organization which catalogs,
Yeah, well, we don't know. It's
studies, and
redacted,
secures
right?
thousands
Yeah.
of phenomena, artifacts, beings, and many more. The SCP here is
I should have
an
mentioned that the
abbreviation
playlist
of
is completely
secure,
randomized. There's no
contain, and
specific
protect.
order to
It
this.
seeks to shield all mankind from various harmful anomalies in the system, thus ensuring that normalcy is not disturbed among the masses. Let's take a closer look into some basic lore concerning the SCP Foundation and also analyze 3 individual SCPs. Hello everybody, I'm the Rubber. Today, we're here to explain in detail what the SCP Foundation is and its many horrific secrets. To put it in layman's terms, SCP Foundations are essentially a form of a collaborative wiki, which allows users to add new stories continually, which are based within that specific universe. Individual wiki articles usually detail some manner of creatures or phenomenon, and also talking about the security procedures used to contain it. An individual SCP may reference other web pages as well, which helps maintain a kind of consistency within the universe. Most articles of this nature contain several shared features, including the use of redactions, witnesses, testimonies, security protocols, object classification, and many other such items. Many articles also come with project tapes or addendum editions, which can be used for constructing a legitimate timeline of the events in the narrative. Let's first take a look at some of the lore that does exist. The SCP Foundation happens to be a globally led initiative whose highest priority is to prevent the human race from reverting to the Dark Ages from which our ancestors emerged in the past. As a result, the Foundation's actions may seem cold to others, since lives aren't valued as much when they stand in the way of the SCP Foundation's objectives. However, they do create a net positive effect on the world. Whether through containment, destruction, or at least research and understanding, the Foundation deals with these anomalies in an attempt to protect humans from its effects. Every anomaly gets a unique containment procedure assigned to it. For instance, the procedure that seeks to counter an anomaly is termed an SCP, which is followed by a number as well. An example of this would be SCP-001. Most anomalies do not
It's the
require any high
slime.
maintenance. Some can even walk around in public places. However, some are accessible only to the highest level of Foundation personnel and must be given the highest level of monitoring or control, such as being placed in a concrete wall several meters below the ground. The Foundation owns several hundred facilities. Some are at sub-ocean levels, whereas there's already one operational on the moon's surface.
Mr. Zombie, you can just
SCPs
have
have
that
been
area.
classified into different categories, depending on a variety of factors. First, we have safe-level objects, and they have little risk of escaping. The second is Euclid, which means that the SCP is still not fully understood or its nature is unpredictable. So basically, Foundation personnel cannot predict when the SCP will suddenly try to escape, or whether the current containment procedures can really control it. The third category we have, heater objects,
Wait a minute.
which are both almost impossible to contain and represent a major threat.
Was that the Tom and Jerry meme?
Probably.
Yep.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Or whether the
That's
current
amazing.
containment
This
procedures
guy has
can really
fun.
control
Let's
it.
go.
The third category we have, heater objects, which are both almost impossible to contain and represent a major threat to human life. However, an object classified as safe does not mean that it is not dangerous. It merely means that the object has little risk of escaping from its containment procedure. Access to such objects is dependent on the clearance level of the personnel, ranked from 0 to 5. At level 5, personnel have unrestricted access to dangerous and difficult SCPs, including the ones that are capable of providing other benefits. Some of them provide tangible benefits to the users, such as healing pills. whereas others may be used for counteracting much more dangerous SCPs.
That's just Pokemon.
To neutralize other rogue SCPs and for protecting other facilities, there are dozens of several lethal task forces that form the base of the Foundation. Let's analyze a few anomalies that offer an accurate representation of all the various anomalies that have been contained by the Foundation. We'll kick things off with SCP-1733, which is a classic DVR recording of a basketball game between Miami Heat and the Boston Celtics. Everyone who appeared in the video, such as athletes, commentators, coaches, audiences,
The video that doesn't
can
exist.
still remember the event process that occurred during the playback of this video. However, as it gets played more, it starts deviating from the game's actual outcome. It eventually reaches disturbing levels, and the article ends with the crowd starts sacrificing all the players and children in attendance for the event. Eventually, the arena's lights turn into a haunting red color. All information beyond this point has been eliminated. SCP-1733 is now safely locked away inside a high-security digital archive. However, members of the Foundation are also constantly monitoring the entire internet for any information that might mention the video. SCP-87 is also a well-known anomaly. It happens to be a staircase.
Oh
that
no, I
has
hate this
end.
one.
It just keeps going down. However, it is possible to view over 1.5 flights of stairs, no matter how bright your light is. Several personnel have attempted to get to the end, and none have succeeded. They found that no matter how deep they went down, a sound would always appear 200 meters below you, sounding like a child was crying. Occasionally, a partial face with no nostrils and opaque pale white eyes will pop out of nowhere and leave visitors scared and in shock. Also, on the fourth exploration, something was observed to have knocked on the door. On a completely different note, SCP-294 is a coffee machine in a personnel's break room. It is capable
I love
of
this
dispensing
one.
any kind of liquid with ease. So, one of the most famous examples of the beverages
Any
made
kind
by
of
this
liquid,
coffee
huh?
is that the
Anything.
user ordered a drink called Joe and wanted to see what it would do. Shortly after confirming the choice, an agent named Joseph suddenly started sweating a lot and complained that he felt dizzy and fell to the ground. After transferring the agent to the infirmary, the medical team extracted the liquid that 294 gave and detected a mixture of blood, body tissues, and other bodily fluids inside. Tests have shown that the DNA sequence of biological tissue given by 294 is exactly the same as that of Agent Joseph.
Imagine ordering a cup of coffee and the machine gives you the cup of, well, your coworker.
Yeah, that would be very nice.
The SCP Foundation
to get with
also has
Joker,
many other
Batman,
anomalies that are extremely frightening and
Machine
disturbing.
Control.
The contents of SCP include everything from violent humanoids to angry stars that are slowly approaching Earth, to ghosts, aliens, haunted objects, and even a stone that will make any user hold it to delay time. If you wish to learn more about SCPs and their lore, don't forget to click like, subscribe to this channel, and hit the bell. Please share it to your friends if you like this video. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you in the next video. Bye-bye.
A rock that can
They
slow
fired
time,
one
huh?
bullet after another, but it didn't feel the slightest. They
Oh,
even
I remember
used
this from the
anti-tank
SCP
weapons,
game.
causing part of the body,
Oh, yeah,
organs,
this is
and
the
blood
freaky
of
one.
096 to be gone. But it was still able to move forward and destroy the entire team.
You'll see.
Hello, everybody. I'm the Rubber. Today,
This
we
thing's
bring
like the
you a
boogeyman,
SCP
basically.
Foundation Euclid class object SCP-096.
No.
SCP-096 is a humanoid creature measuring approximately 2.38 meters in height. SCP-096 shows very little muscle mass, with a preliminary analysis of body mass suggesting mild malnutrition. Arms are grossly out of proportion with the rest of the subject's body, with an approximate length of 1.5
Wait till you
meters
know what it
each.
eats.
It has no sign of any body hair. Its skin is mostly devoid of pigmentation, and it probably doesn't have pupils either. Other facial features remain similar to an average human, with the exception of the eyes. SCP-096's jaw can open to 4 times the norm of an average human. It shows no signs of any higher brain functions and is not considered to be sapient. SCP-096 is normally extremely docile, with pressure sensors inside its cell indicating it spends most of the day pacing by the eastern wall, and it doesn't seem to need food. Based on its response, the researchers are determined that 096 is very shy. It tries to stay as far to humans as possible. However, when someone views SCP-096's face, we'll call this person SCP-0961. Whether it be directly, via video recording, or even a photograph, it will enter a stage of considerable emotional distress. SCP-096 will cover its face with its hands and begin screaming, crying, and babbling incoherently. Approximately 1 to 2 minutes after the viewing, SCP-096 will begin running towards SCP-0961. It moves at 35 kilometers an hour and seems to depend on distance from SCP-0961. If it is very far away, it will be able to run very fast. The actual position of SCP-0961 does not seem to affect SCP-096's response. It seems to have an innate sense of SCP-0961's location. Upon arriving at SCP-0961's location, SCP-096 will proceed to attack and kill SCP-0961. 100% of cases have left no traces of SCP-096.
So you become an SCP if you look at his face.
SCP-096 will then sit down for several minutes before regaining its composure and becoming docile once again. Then the Foundation staff will take it back to the SCP shelter. The most extreme case at present is that someone saw only a part of its picture and was also killed by it. At this point, no known material or method can impede SCP-096's progress. In one of the audio recordings, the former commander of the recovery team said, even if they were firing it intensely, but it didn't feel anything at all. They even used anti-tank weapons, causing part of the body, organs, and blood of 096 to be gone. But it was still able to move forward and destroy the entire team. Besides, because it does not cover its face when it's running towards its target, anyone who sees it will be killed by it along the way. Due to the possibility of a mass chain reaction, including breach of Foundation secrecy and large civilian loss of life, a doctor of the Foundation has also petitioned for immediate termination of SCP-096. The Foundation has carried out several execution experiments, one of which is to send the containment tank containing SCP-096 into SCP-682's cell. SCP-682 is a large, vaguely reptile-like creature of unknown origin. It has a powerful regeneration ability and adaptability, and also has the title of Immortal Body. If you want to know more about SCP-682, do click on this
I can
video.
start seeing why they use him for a lot of experiments.
The screams of the two entities continue for 27 hours, at which point the noise abruptly stops. Sonar-based video feeds reveal SCP-096 severely wounded and huddled in the southwest corner, apparently upset. Feed shows SCP-682 on the north end of the room, approximately 85% of its initial mass absent. Further attempts to expose SCP-096 to SCP-682 cause it to turn away from 682.
It's traumatized?
While clawing at its face and screaming. Because 096
Holy
will
shit.
only attack when people see its face, so the Foundation has long housed it in an airtight steel cube. There are to be absolutely no video surveillance or optical tools of any kind inside SCP-096's cell. Any and all photos, videos, or recordings of SCP-096's likeness are strictly forbidden. But it's said that an abstract painting or its cartoon image is not prohibited, because it won't stimulate the emotional distress reaction of 096. I hope you enjoyed today's video. Have you ever heard or encountered
Like, how are you supposed to know what it looks like if you can't look at
We will
it?
draw your story and share it with the
I
world.
mean, I guess
Don't
people could technically describe it, and that's how you get an abstract image or the cartoon.
I mean, before you die, you just say, oh yeah, he kind of looks like this, and this. Classic.
And like, technically you only need to look at its face to get attacked, so maybe people saw different parts of it and, you know, made a whole picture. Or art, I guess. But man, like I said, I think we're gonna see a lot of that lizard in the future.
I am happy we're gonna see him.
Get to click like, subscribe to this channel, and hit the bell. Please share it to your friends if you like this video. Thank
Actually
you so
curious
much
if
for
something
watching,
could
and
actually,
we'll
well,
see you
kill
in the
it.
next video. Bye-bye.
Eventually, I guess.
And just at that moment, SCP-106
Oh
steps
no,
out of an
it's the
adjacent wall
grandpa.
and wraps an arm around Agent Musker's neck. and drags her, screaming, back into the wall with it.
He's a girl,
Moments
that's why
later,
he
the
dragged
floor
her.
beneath Agent Alum begins to
Well,
dissolve.
what about the
and
guy?
slowly
I'm not
descends into
sure that's
SCP-106's
why, for
pocket
sure.
dimension.
He wanted little
Not
girls
sure if they were
first, and now he
frustrated
wants
or
little
happy
boy.
that they could finally see 106.
Yeah, look
They
at
gave
look,
out
he has a
hysterical
butterfly
laughter.
face. Oh, he's
Hello
enjoying
everybody,
it.
I'm the Rubber. Today
Sheesh.
we bring you a SCP Foundation Keter class object.
I don't like the
SCP-106.
old man. This one's actually kind of creepy.
SCP-106, also known as the Old Man, appears to be an elderly humanoid with a general appearance of advanced decomposition. This appearance may vary, but the rotting quality is observed in all forms. 106 is not exceptionally agile and will remain motionless for days at a time, waiting for prey. Basically, if 106 has any reduction in activity or an increase in compliance, it should be treated as an inducement strategy prior to its active action and should be dealt with on this premise. 106 is also capable of scaling any vertical surface and can remain suspended upside down indefinitely. When attacking, it will attempt to incapacitate prey by damaging major organs, muscle groups, or tendons, then pull disabled prey into its pocket dimension. 106 appears to prefer human prey items in the 10 to 25 years of age bracket.
That's fun.
SCP-106 causes a corrosion effect in all solid matter it touches, engaging a physical breakdown in materials several seconds after contact. This is observed as rusting, rotting, and cracking of materials, and the creation of a black, mucus-like substance similar to the material coating SCP-106. This effect is particularly detrimental to living tissues and is assumed to be a pre-digestion action. Corrosion continues for 6 hours after contact, after which the effect appears to burn out. 106 is capable of
So he's
passing through
eating
solid
you
matter,
before
leaving
eating you.
behind a large patch of its corrosive
He's
mucus.
digesting you
It
for
is able to
actually
vanish
pushing
inside
break
solid
Yeah.
matter, entering what is assumed to be
It's
a
like
form
when
of
we
pocket
eat.
dimension.
It's like
It is then
he's
able to
first doing
exit
the
this dimension
digestive
from
tract
any
before
point
eating.
connected.
because when you we okay, our digestive tract works in the sense like okay, we first our body okay look. We see something and that's when our actual like digestive journey starts because our mind starts being like, oh, we're gonna eat. And then your body, or better say your mouth, starts producing saliva so you can break it down. Plus your stomach also starts producing acids we need to break it down even more. And the first step, second step is actually to ingest it. You already have the glands in your saliva or like your mouth that are gonna produce certain types of saliva to break it so you're okay. So we can break it down mechanically, which is with teeth, and then we break it down chemically with our saliva. Our saliva is just gonna make sure that that shit's evolved and not embalmed. There we go. That the little mushes of food are embalmed in the saliva, so it actually goes down our esophagus and actually goes into our to the big digestive part, which is the stomach. The stomach is gonna break it down even more into the smallest particles it can, so it can like pull out all the nutrients it needs, and like that's the whole thing. And so it's doing that, but like like reverse, because it's digesting it first.
Yeah. I see him doing it backwards by just, you know, spreading all that acid digestive juice on the prey first.
Exactly.
Well,
Into the initial entry
that sounds
For example,
painful.
entering the inner wall of a room and exiting the outer wall, or entering a wall and exiting from the ceiling. In a record of
What?
106's escape, as Agent
Jesus
Alum
Christ.
and Musker were joking about how they'll never know when they would be getting close to 106. And just at that moment, SCP-106 steps out of an adjacent
grabbed
wall
her.
and
Hello
wraps
there.
an arm around Agent Musker's neck and drags her, screaming, back into the wall with it. Moments later, the floor beneath Agent Alum begins to dissolve, and he slowly descends into SCP-106's pocket dimension. Not sure if they were frustrated or happy that they could finally see 106, they gave out hysterical laughter.
They're fanboying over it, huh?
SCP-106 will typically enter a dormant state
Apparently
after
that's a
finishing
common-
with a lure subject. During this phase, it
Common
will remain
common
completely
thing, you know.
motionless for up to 3 months. The cause for this is unknown. SCP-106 will emerge from this state in a very agitated state and will attack and abduct staff and cause gross damage to its containment cell and the site at large. SCP-106 appears to hunt and attack based on desire, not hunger. SCP-106 will attack and collect multiple prey items during a hunting behavior event, keeping many alive in the pocket dimension for extended periods of time. 106 has no determinable limit and appears to collect a random number of prey items during an event. The inner dimension accessed by SCP-106 appears to be only accessible by SCP-106. It appears that SCP-106 will play with captured prey, and appears to have full control of time, space, and perception inside this dimension. It is said that the prey dragged into the pocket dimension will not die, even if it is corroded inside and outside. SCP-106 will throw it out once it's bored of it. In the event of a breach event by SCP-106, a human within the 10 to 25 years of age bracket will be prepared for recall, with the compromised containment cell being replaced and restored for use. When the cell is ready, the lure subject will be injured, preferably via the breakage of a long
femur
bone,
breaker,
such as the femur, or the severing of a major tendon, such as the Achilles tendon. Lure subject
wasn't that in the game?
In the prep cell, and the sound emitted by said subject will be transmitted over the
There's like a
public
video
system.
that like shows the femur breaker. It's so horrible.
Toward the lure subject within 10 to 15 minutes after hearing the subject. Should 106 not respond to the initial broadcast, additional physical trauma is to be administered to the lure subject at 20-minute intervals until 106 responds. This is a picture of a Foundation personnel after being released by 106. This person disappeared for 2 hours and lived an hour after his release. I hope you enjoyed today's video. Have you ever heard or encountered any paranormal event? Let us know in the comment below. We will draw your story and share it with the world. Don't forget to click like, subscribe to this channel.
I found a village that Shrell got to.
Please share it to your friends if you like this video. Thank
It's
you
missing
so
a
much
waist
for watching,
on?
and we will see you in the next video. Bye-bye.
Of course.
During the night,
The IKEA! Love this
will
thing.
become violent towards all other life forms within SCP-30081. They will run towards other life forms like a chicken with its head cut off. Whenever it is nighttime, SCP-30082 will smash the huge wall of town with bare hands. Well,
Dude, we don't have IKEAs in Puerto Rico, right?
Yes, we do.
We do?
My university, there's one.
Bro, you got an SCP next to your uni.
calmly and politely vocalize phrases in English that are typically variations of
"The store is now closed. Please exit the building."
"Hello everybody, I'm the Rubber." Today we bring you a SCP Foundation Euclid class object SCP-3008. SCP-3008, also known as a perfectly normal, regular old IKEA, is a large retail unit previously owned by and branded as IKEA, a popular furniture retail chain. SCP-30081 is a space resembling the inside of an IKEA furniture store, extending far beyond the limits of what could physically be contained within the dimensions of the retail unit. Current measurements indicate an area of at least 10 square kilometers with no visible external terminators detected in any direction. Inconclusive results from the use of laser rangefinders has led to the speculation that the space may be infinite. A person entering SCP-3008 through the main entrance and then passing out of sight of the doors will find themselves translocated to SCP-3081. This displacement will typically go unnoticed, as no change will occur from the perspective of the victim. They will generally not become aware until they try to return to the entrance. The entrance of SCP-3008 is to be monitored at all times, and no one is to enter SCP-3008 outside of testing, as permitted by the senior researcher. SCP-30081 is inhabited by an unknown number of civilians trapped within prior to containment. Gathered data suggests they have formed a rudimentary civilization within SCP-30081, including building a giant wall and an entire town built out of shelves and beds and tables for the purpose of defending against SCP-30082.
Yep.
Although there is no detailed description of SCP-30082 in the document, however, the Foundation personnel had found a man's diary, and in the diary, it has records of his experience in SCP-30081 and meeting with SCP-30082. SCP-30082 are humanoid entities that exist within SCP-30081.
Slenderman's cousin.
In all observed cases, they wear a yellow shirt and blue trousers consistent with the IKEA employee uniform. They are 7 feet tall monsters with long arms and short legs, have no facial features, with no eyes or ears, and have hands that were big enough to crush a watermelon. But it is strange that they go down as easy as a regular human being once you start stabbing or cutting them open. However, they don't seem to bleed,
That is
and their
strange.
corpses would not rot, let alone the stench of the rotten corpses. SCP-30081 has a rudimentary day-night cycle, determined by the overhead lighting within the space activating and deactivating at times consistent with the opening and closing times of the original retail store. During the night, SCP-30082 will become violent towards all other life forms within SCP-30081. They will run towards other life forms like a chicken with its head cut off. Whenever it is nighttime, SCP-30082 will smash the huge wall of town with bare hands, while calmly and politely vocalize phrases in English that are typically variations of,
The store is now closed. Please exit the building.
hence everyone is prepared for it. Knives from the restaurants, lawnmower blades made into hatchets, a fire axe. In one incident, they discovered a hole on the giant wall, and ever since then, they would stab SCP-30082 through the hole if they ever come smashing the wall at night. Apparently, the dead ones will attract more during the night, so the people had to get the bodies away from the town. They loaded them up on a trolley and took them over to the pickup area, as they were curious about how SCP-30082 looked like when it was cut open. They discovered that SCP-30082 only have skin, or something that looks like skin, but no muscles, bones, or organs. Once day begins, SCP-30082 immediately become passive and begin moving throughout SCP-30081 seemingly at random. They are unresponsive to questioning or other verbal cues in this state, though will react violently if attacked. So, during the day, people go out to find food, water, and whatever else they need. Apparently, there are restaurants and shops around that randomly get restocked, but no one knows who did it. SCP-30081 is known to have one or more exits located within, though these exits do not appear to have a fixed position, making it difficult to leave SCP-30081 once inside. Using any other door besides the main entrance to enter the structure or breaking through the walls of the retail unit leads into the non-anomalous interior of the original store. Since containment began, 14 individuals have managed to exit SCP-3008. Humans exiting SCP-3008 are to be detained and then debriefed prior to the administration of amnesty. Dependent upon the duration of their
Literal
stay in
Men in Black.
SCP-3008, a cover
They're
story
raising their
may need to be
memory,
generated
damn.
prior to their release. According to the man's diary, Foundation personnel has attempted to send a drone into SCP-30081. Although analysis of footage shows a small town labeled as Exchange and Returns, but unfortunately it failed when trying to find the settlement again. And according to the records in the diary, we seem to be able to speculate that the people trapped inside may come from different places or dimensions, because the people in there have some seriously odd gaps in their knowledge. Some of them have never heard of the International Space Station, and some come from places where there is no declaration of independence. And no one has ever tried large-scale searching for these people who were trapped inside of SCP-30081. Does that mean that these people are from different places, hence it did not cause a huge panic of missing people?
Oh no.
10 seconds after the owner of the diary
Damn, it's a time-traveling thing.
SCP-3008
Oh.
and SCP-3082 followed from behind. It caught and killed the man before itself being terminated by armed response personnel. I hope you enjoyed today's video. Have you ever heard or encountered any paranormal event? Let us know in the comment below. We will draw your story and share it with the world. Don't forget to click like, subscribe to this channel, and hit the bell. Please share it to your friends if you like this video. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you in the next video. Bye-bye.
Dude, so like IKEA is a universal thing. That's nice.
With the implementation of this procedure, the suffering of 2317 can prevent
Oh
an
no,
escape
the
class
7
end of the world
girls.
scenario. For this reason, putting the poor girl out of her misery is not an option. Under no circumstances are narcotics,
This one makes me feel
anesthesia,
bad.
or other unapproved medications to be administered to 2317. She must be aware of what is going on for 110 Montauk to work. Hello everybody, I'm the Rubber. Today, we bring you an SCP Foundation Heater Class Object,
Wait, what?
SCP-231. SCP-231, also known as Special Personnel Requirements, is one of the classic items in the SCP Foundation series.
7 women.
231 are 7 pregnant females, and whenever either one of them gives birth, a disaster will occur. SCP-231-1-7 was discovered after police searched a warehouse held by an organization named Children of the Scarlet King. 24 hours after being rescued, the first female, 2311, began to produce labor pain and give birth to an SCP, resulting in an incident that caused more than 100 casualties. Foundation personnel immediately took possession of remaining SCPs 2312 to 7, and, based on notebooks recovered from the cult, instituted Procedure 110 Montauk to prevent future occurrences. As to what kind of 110 Montauk procedure is, it has not been clearly specified in the document for the time being. But in the documents mentioned in Appendix 231B, the 110 Montauk procedure is not only terrible, but also causes severe pain and involves some kind of brutal behavior. All personnel assigned to 2317 must rotate out for 1 month of psychological counseling after 2 months on site. And all personnel assigned to SCP-231 will be transported to 231's containment blindfolded from Site 19 by a route including no fewer than 7 different forms of transportation, including but not limited to aircraft, automobile, underground tunnel, and others. Removal of the blindfold during the transport process is grounds for immediate termination. According to the Foundation, either an attempt to remove an SCP fetus or a mother's death will result in a catastrophic event. Now 6 of them have died, and only SCP-2317 is left. 2311 was killed during initial recovery operations while giving birth to an SCP. 2312 was killed while attempting to remove a second SCP fetus, immediately resulted in an incident. 2313 self-terminated following a prolonged period of distress caused by the implementation of Procedure 110 Montauk. The delivered SCP immediately led to an incident. 2314 was treated with SCP-500 that claims to cure the subject of all diseases. Despite the successful expulsion of all parts of the produced SCP, the excreted residue immediately underwent an event, causing numerous casualties, including 2314 herself. Due to the improper execution of the 110 Montauk procedure, 2315 gave birth to an SCP 1 hour later, which immediately underwent an event. Recruitment standards for D-Class personnel have since been modified to minimize the possibility of a second improper 110 Montauk procedure. 2316 died in an escape attempt inspired and assisted by an agent who had been exhibiting heightened stress levels due to prolonged exposure to 231 and attempted to use a said weapon to rescue 2316 and 2317. Both the agent and 2316 were killed in the resulting firefight. The fetus of 2316's then underwent another event. In the wake of this incident, 05 level personnel voted by unanimous decision to amend personnel policies. As of SCP-2317, she was successfully contained at the site. Following the repeated attempts to escape and commit suicide, as well as failure to contain 2311 to 6, 2317's containment procedures have been more stringent. 2317 is contained in a soundproofed containment cell and is always to be kept restrained to a hospital bed. 2317 is always to be kept confined to the bed, except during the 110 Montauk procedure. Hydration will be provided through an IV drip. Feeding will be carried out twice per day through a feeding tube by approved medical personnel who have not taken the Hippocratic Oath. Procedure 110 Montauk is to be carried out at least once every 24 hours by Class D personnel. During Procedure 110 Montauk, at least one security clearance for 231 personnel must always monitor the procedure by a camera. Following the procedure, all Class D personnel must return to their holding cells or explosive collars will be detonated. With the implementation of the 110 Montauk procedure, the suffering of 2317 can prevent an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. For this reason, putting the poor girl out of her misery is not an option. Under no circumstances are narcotics, anesthesia, or other unapproved medications to be administered to 2317. She must be aware of what is going on
That
for
sucks,
110
dude.
Montauk to work.
Yeah,
To this
like I
end,
said, this is like the
Foundation
worst
will
one out of all of them.
amnesiac 2317 after a few implementations to obtain a better effect. Personnel who express sympathy towards 2317's plight or express a desire to rescue or sympathize with 2317 will be transferred to another project without delay. Any actual rescue attempts will be met with immediate termination. Due to the drop in staff morale, 05 level personnel has stated that not everyone who's worked on 231 is terminated upon leaving the project. However, personnel who have been assigned to SCP-231 are allowed to take a Class A amnesiac before leaving the project if so desired. False memories are then implanted. I hope you enjoyed today's video. Which SCP do you want to see in the next video, and why it is interesting? Let us know in the comment below. We will draw your story and share it with the world. Don't forget to click like, subscribe to this channel, and hit the bell. Please share it to your friends if you like this video. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you in the next video. Bye-bye.
Dude, that one was
SCP
something else,
personnel
really.
Found A6 began acting increasingly
Like a woman that gives birth that can end the world. Yeah.
That's powerful, I would say, like, go girl.
Oh no, not these kids.
settled, rapid and shallow breathing, aversion to light, and increased in body temperature. It began violently tearing at its skin. It displayed a considerable amount of distress upon realizing its skin was sloughing off, but appeared unable to stop until its head were detached from its body. Hello everybody, I'm the Rubber. Today we bring you a SCP Foundation Keter class object, SCP-939. SCP-939, also
The
known
dogs.
as with many voices, are endothermic pack-based predators. The skins of 939 are highly permeable to moisture and translucent red. 939 averagely are 2.2 meters tall when standing upright and weigh an average of 250 kilograms, though weight is highly variable. Each of their four limbs end in three-fingered claws, with a fourth opposable digit, and are covered in seta, which considerably augment climbing ability. Their heads are elongated, devoid of even vestigial eyes or eye sockets, and contain no skull. The jaws of 939 are lined with red, faintly luminescent fang-like teeth. Their teeth can grow up to 6 centimeters. Eye spots, sensitive to light and dark, run the length of their spine dorsal ridges. These spines may be up to 16 centimeters long and are believed to be sensitive to changes in air pressure and flow. 939's respiratory system is atrophied.
I'll
but
be
they
back
can
in a bit. I'm
exhale
gonna go,
minute traces of
get
an
food.
aerosolized Class
Okay.
C amnestic, which designated as AMN C227. AMN C227 causes temporary anterograde amnesia, inhibiting memory formation for the duration of exposure, plus an average of 30 minutes. It is colorless, odorless, and tasteless. It has been reported that after being separated from the environment full of AMN C227, subject will have sensations of disorientation and mild hallucination. Subject is
You
usually
can get high
killed
off of
with
this
a single
thing?
bite to the cranium or neck. Bite forces have been measured in excess of 35 MPa. 939's primary method of luring prey is the imitation of human speech in the voices of prior victims, though imitation of other species in active nocturnal hunts have been documented. They have been documented imitating victims' voice despite never hearing the victim speak. SCP-939 vocalizations often imply significant distress, whether 939 understand their vocalizations or are repeating previously heard phrases is the subject of ongoing study. Analysis of 939 vocalizations cannot distinguish between 939 and samples of known victims' voices. The use of biometric voice recognition security or identification systems at any installation housing 939 is strongly discouraged for this reason. A log of radio traffic between capture teams during their initial contact with 939 was transcribed and documented. In the initial contact between the capture team and 939, 3 subordinate fire teams, Trapper 1, 2, and 3, were sent out to the outskirts for an inspection following the disappearance of a Foundation field agent. After moments of inspecting the area, Trapper 1 reported to on-scene commander that they smelled something rotten, and they also found some shredded clothing. While Trapper 1 was about to head back up, they heard someone calling for help. According to the transcript of radio traffic, it seems that 939 imitated the human voice and successfully lured Trapper 1. Unfortunately, Trapper 1 was annihilated, and finally, Trapper 2 and 3 had to use large VX gas bombs to control 939. SCP-939 have no apparent physiological need to feed, nor any way to digest consumed tissue. Ingested material typically accumulates in the respiratory system of SCP-939 and is regurgitated once the amount is sufficient to markedly inhibit its function. Despite the absence of many vital organ systems, SCP-939 are capable of bearing live young. According
And
to
the
documents, one of the
babies.
939, named SCP-939-1,
Look,
gave
red
birth to
babies.
6 specimens following a gestation period of roughly 12 months, numbered SCP-939-A1 to SCP-939-A6. 939-A1, A4, and A5 were male, while A3 and A6 were female. SCP-939-A2 was stillborn and immediately cannibalized by SCP-939-1. When the Foundation personnel took its offspring away from it, it did not show any resistance. 4 of the newborns were dissected by the Foundation personnel and found no difference between these newborns and human infants. Only 939-A6 was kept for observation as it matured. On September 1st, 2001, personnel found A6 began acting increasingly unsettled, rapid and shallow breathing, aversion to light, and increased in body temperature. A6 was then transferred into a reinforced concrete containment cell. 939-A6 immersed itself in the provided water basin. Minutes later, it was transferred and remained motionless for about 41 hours, at which point it began violently tearing at its skin. It displayed a considerable amount of distress upon realizing its skin was sloughing off, but appeared unable to stop until its head were detached from its body. It appeared morphologically identical to, albeit much smaller than, SCP-939-1. After the incident, SCP-939-A6 was renumbered as SCP-939-101 and then transferred to Bioresearch Area 12 for further study. SCP-939-101 is now dismembered, and it's stored in cryogenic preservation tanks. But these tissue fragments are still not dead, and sometimes they will ramble and plea for release. I hope you enjoyed today's video. Which SCP do you want to see in the next video, and why it is interesting?
I think you missed out on one of the creepiest ones, I'll be honest.
And share it with the world. Don't forget to click like, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell. Please share it to your friends if you like this video. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you
It's like a
in the
less
next video.
aggressive version of the
Bye-bye.
lizard, I guess.
SCP personnel.
Why is it the same one twice? What are you doing?
It's completely randomized, man.
Sure. So, what are you having for food? Fork?
Behind him.
The tacos I wasn't able to finish earlier.
Oh, nice. I hope you enjoy your tacos.
A crowd of 37 countable strange figures stood there silently. Features were unidentifiable. Panic broke out in control again. They requested subject to speed up and return following the cable path. Few seconds later, screams were caught on the audio with panic from subject. 5 shots fired as subject aimed pistol at something massive. Hello everybody, I'm the Rubber. Today, we bring you an SCP Foundation Euclid class object, SCP-093. SCP-093 is a primarily red disc carved from a stone composite resembling cinnabar, with circular engravings and unknown symbols carved at 0.5 centimeters depth around the entire object. 093 will change hue when held by a living individual. The colors taken by 093 are still being researched to establish a link. Current belief holds that the changes depend upon regrets carried by the holder. If 093 is removed from a mirror and not held by a person, it will seek out the nearest mirror-like surface. 093
Oh, it's alive?
has been observed to travel in the largest possible circle while rolling, building up phenomenal speed.
A living
The
quarter?
mechanism of this acceleration is currently unknown. If an obstacle is between 093 and the nearest mirror-like surface, it will use this momentum to punch through the obstacle and continue on its course at this speed. It will only stop when a mirror-like surface is contacted. Despite tremendous impact velocities, no damage will be dealt to 093 or the mirror. A test procedure was initiated to establish why mirrors must be used to contain it. The results lead to the discovery of any living beings holding SCP-093 and placing it against a mirror will in fact move into the mirror. A series
The
of
mirror
testing on
world.
human interaction with mirrors while holding 093 have been authorized to ascertain the destination reached through this travel. Records below details the first testing. Mirror Test 1, color blue. The test subject's codename D20384, male, 34 years old, stocky, with a record of murder and attempted suicide. The subject was cooperative in this instructions for the entire test. He was required to wear a buckle harness strapped to the chest and attached to a tension pulley system for emergency retrieve. Subject was also attached to a video system with a camera mounted on its head. He was also loaded with technical equipment that would facilitate his mission of exploration, such as wrist-mounted light source, field kit bag, standard issue Beretta 9mm firearm loaded with 24 rounds of ammunition, and recording equipment. He entered the provided mirror.
Man,
while
that would
holding
suck if he couldn't kill the
SCP-093,
25th person.
which emitted a blue color. Outside technicians observed that the mirror retained a true reflection until the subject had completely passed into it, at which time the view changed to an outdoor landscape. heavily
Hey, it's
tinged in blue.
Narnia.
The camera activates, flickers to view. The scene was composed of an open field with
I think
strong
that's
blue
Pirates of the
tones,
Caribbean.
Isn't that Pirates of the
similar to
Caribbean? Yeah.
entrance
Yeah.
As a reference, the blue tones were
She should have
observed
been here
most
for
of the
Sea of
likeness
Thieves.
in the picture. Despite this, subject indicates that the landscape
Which,
shows
by the
no
way,
difference
Sylvester
to
wants to
that
do
of the
that
normal
again.
state. No discernible landmarks visible as subject pans view left to right. Only grass, weeds, and a breeze moving the taller grass. No trees, no living beings were visible. Subject moves forward as instructed, traveling for approximately 500 steps before something becomes visible. A patch of the land up ahead is barren, and grass can be seen dying as the subject approaches it. Approximately 300 steps forward, subject was standing before a hole in the ground. Such a hole shows signs of man architecture, but with unknown tools. It seems that it was not made by forces of nature. Subject was instructed to enter the hole. Despite protests from the subject, he agreed to use a pulley system, and the camera suffers a light shudder. About 100 meters of cable was used before reaching the bottom. The light source provided in field kit activated 50 meters down when outside sources became unreliable. Sweeping gestures of the light reveal nothing more than dirt, even at the bottom of the hole. The control station commented about the ongoing blue tinge in the recordings, but subject clarifies that it must be the connectivity problem. Subject prepared his firearm for personal safety and moved forward with the assistance of the light source. The tunnel turned from bare dirt to a concrete enclosure. Subject complains of a stench. The light source was revealed to be ceiling light fixtures, a series of which with less than a quarter broken while the others function. A series of 6 doors, 3 to a side, span before the camera view with a 7th door visible at the end of the corridor that has been blocked by what looked like generic metal shelving debris. Debris shows signs of rusting and was typical of retail store unit suggesting other human presences. Subject requested to try doors, in whatever order he chooses. Subject tried the first door on the right. The door was locked, could not open. The second door could not open either. The third door had the same results as the first. The door in front of the third door does open fully, and the light was bright in the room. The portable light was switched off at this time, as the subject pans the camera to inspect the room. The room was empty. The only remarkable thing was the dirty walls. According to the subject, the material on the walls looked similar to a melted plastic, but was brown in color rather than black. The next door has no handle, does not move when pushed. None of the doors can show internal elements through the spy holes. The door next to the entrance has a keyhole with a key still on it, but the back of the key was missing. With effort, the subject manipulates the key. He managed to open the door and immediately began coughing, complaining of a stench. Maybe it was because of the natural air condensed in such an abandoned place. This stench made the subject feel sick. With control, asked if he could continue. The subject agreed and described the odor as sulfur. The walls of the last room were as bright as the floor. The ceiling resembles the brown molten plastic-like material in the fourth room. There was what it seemed to be some makeshift cot made from aged blankets with a pillow, a wooden crate containing open boxes of what appear to have been foodstuffs, and a second crate in the room contains what appears to be empty water bottles that have dried out. It has been proved that the cave has a human origin. One of the boxes with the word cereal confirmed the theory. A book laid next to the cot, closed, no title or identifying marks. Walls were covered by old clipped articles with language that could not be read. Subject was asked to remove clippings for retrieval. All articles but one crumble at the touch due to age. The intact article was put in a field sample container and seems the most recent compared to the others. Audio on the tape went strange, and a high-pitched screeching noise like grinding metal dominated all communication for 3.5 seconds. When the noise stopped, the subject asked Control to repeat request, but Control made no request during that time, as headsets were removed. Subject advised to leave room, and stated that the door has begun closing slowly on its own, and if left alone, will close. Subject was advised to leave the room. A careful review of the following 10 seconds of the tape showed that as the camera pans, a figure was visible at the end of the tunnel, where the 7th door was. The door was open only enough for a face to be seen through a crack, just before the door silently closes. No details can be seen.
That's sketchy.
Seeing nowhere else to
That's
explore,
very
Subject
sus.
requested to return. As Subject returned back down the tunnel, his camera feed does not change or show anomaly, but Control reports a sudden surge in cable movement, pulling an additional 100 meters of cable through before going slack again and then tightening. Finally, video feed showed Subject
That's not weird at all.
slowly, while Control attempted to verify the integrity of the pulley system. Subject stated that he was not climbing. The rope was pulling him up. Panic sets in on both sides,
Oh.
and Subject informed to ready firearm.
That's not
Upon
good.
reaching the top of the hole, nothing was visible on camera, and Subject
not
reported
looking
that
back?
nothing has changed in the landscape. Then, Subject began a return trip following the path of the cable. The Subject slowly panned the camera in full circle. On film, behind Subject, a crowd of 37 countable strange figures stood there silently. Features were unidentifiable, and they lacked the blue hue that dominates the landscape. Panic broke in Control again, but Subject only noticed that the cable had an angled path. Control requested Subject to speed up and return following the cable path. Just seconds later, screams were caught on the audio with Panic from Subject. 5 shots fired as Subject aimed pistol at something massive. Control saw a massive human being crawling on the ground, easily 50 times the size of a normal person with no facial features and a noticeably short arm reach, pulling itself toward the Subject. Proximity fine details could not be made out, but at least one observer noted that the being appeared to have been shot from the marks in the otherwise smooth, featureless face. The communication was cut off, and the pulley system continued to pull in. Once the rope was fully retracted by Control Station, there was no trace of the Subject. The only thing recovered was the field kit bag, containing the newspaper article and SCP-093. I hope you enjoyed today's video. Which SCP do you want to see in the next video, and why it is interesting? Let us know.
Nah, give me that part 2 now. Screw randomization.
I think if you check down, because it's right underneath the
look. Yeah, but I don't want to leave the playlist.
Several shots were fired at the creature's face. When the creature's face fell on him,
Yeah, I'm
and
starting
the
to remember
camera was
the whole
pushed to
mirror
the
thing is
ground,
really
the
weird.
Screams were obscene. Hello, everybody. I'm the Rubber. Today, we bring you SCP Foundation Euclid Class Object SCP-093 Part 2. SCP-093 is a red disc carved from cinnabar with symbols on it. It will change hue when held by a living individual. A series of testing on human interaction with mirrors while
So
holding
this one confirmed it's
093
cinnabar.
have been authorized.
Yeah.
To know more about 093 and its first mirror test, click here to watch Part 1. Records below details the second testing. Mirror Test 2. Color, green. Test subject D54493 was a 23-year-old female with average physique and had a history of car robbery and second-degree murder of 2 children. The subject entered the provided mirror while holding SCP-093, which emitted a green color. Outside technicians observed that the mirror retained a true reflection until subject had completely passed into it, at which time the view changed to a farming landscape, heavily tinged in green. The camera was on. The subject looked up, and in front of her was a farmland. The field had been long abandoned, with the remains of a rotten scarecrow placed in the middle. On the right was a
That's some
two-story
supernatural
farmhouse
type shit.
with a basement shelter entrance at one end. The subject then headed over and investigated the
I don't think it
perimeter
was
of
the
farmhouse.
scarecrow, if I remember
There,
correctly.
she found 2 children's
I'm
bicycles
not sure.
leaning on the house near the cellar door. As the subject entered the cellar, on the stairs were boys' clothes, arranged in descending order, shoes to shirt. The subject started screaming at the control center and asked if this was some sort of sick joke. It was unknown if SCP-093 was linking the subject's past with her landscape. After several minutes, the subject agreed to continue. The basement was unremarkable, with several wooden frames lined up on the wall, with unnamed canned substances on them. Subject panned the camera across the basement slowly. It looked as if it had been abandoned for some time, and subject complained of a stench. The subject then opened and entered the hatch. Below the hatch was a white concrete tunnel. The inside of the hatch was spacious, about half the size of the actual cellar itself. There were 3 bunks, 1 for a couple and 2 for single use. Several boxes of food marked as cereal filled a waste container near the hatch bottom. On the beds were 2 skeletons, and on the floor was a third, lying next to a 6-shooter revolver. On the other side of the skeleton, a bound book was found. The subject retrieved and placed the book into a field kit container upon request. She was also told to keep the old clipped articles that were on a desk into the field kit container. The subject was told to leave the bunker. When the subject grabbed the ladder and was ready to leave, the camera caught a humanoid figure peeking down from the top of the tunnel. But subject stated that nothing was up there and started climbing up the ladder. At the top of the tunnel, the subject insisted that there was nothing there. She vomited immediately after the hatch was closed. After coughing for a while, the subject suddenly heard a noise. She was startled by the sound, but control reported no audio. Subject approached cellar hatch cautiously, pulled out firearm, and lifted her head just enough so camera can view the outside area. In the distance, approximately 700 meters from the farm, 2 massive humanoid beings were crawling across the landscape. They have no facial features. The arms they used for crawling were short at times and long at others. It's different each time they move. There was no rear area to the beings. All bodily design appears to end at the torso. The 2 creatures took approximately 10 minutes to disappear into the distance. Then the subject began to panic and begged to return. Request declined. Subject instructed to enter the home from the cellar through a rusty hatch in the ceiling. The subject entered the kitchen first. All of the items were coated
That
in
robe is
heavy
gonna be
dust.
so fucked.
The subject then entered the living area.
Wait, but
There
she
was a
entered to the
recliner,
cellar, so
a
right now
couch,
she goes and
and
she
a
tries to
television,
escape. It's
all
not
of
really gonna work,
1950
is
style
it?
design.
Yeah, she
So
has
the
to
robe-
go
Door of
down
the
through
home
there and
was
then
nailed
out the
shut
cellar.
with thick wood planks. Camera
That's why I
panned
said
to
the
a
rope's kinda
staircase
fucked
leading
at the moment.
upstairs.
The
When
other guy had a
subject
straight
reached the
path.
top of the stairs, there were 2 doors, one on each side of the hallway, and at the end of the hall, a dumbwaiter was inlaid into the wall. The door on the left led to a master bedroom. The bed was neatly made, but the wardrobe next to it was thrown
I wonder
open,
what the
and clothes were
what
everywhere
the
on the floor.
tints and colors mean
Subject
more than
quickly
anything.
left the room
Yeah,
because of
they're-
the horrible
that's what they're
odor.
trying to figure out. What the
The
colors
second door
actually
led
mean.
to a shared children's bedroom, which seemed to
I
belong
mean, the
to a
theory
boy
is
and a girl.
something
There
in
was
regards
also
to
a
guilt,
window
I
which
think.
subject
That's what
approached
they said in
and
part
upon
1.
request,
Regrets
she moved the
and guilt,
camera to
something
capture
like
the
that.
outside view.
And
When
I
the
mean,
camera panned down
holy
and filmed
shit.
the area around the house, approximately 300 figures were all staring right up at her. Subject asked to confirm the figures, but stated nothing was there. The subject was told to quickly return. Nothing happened when subject got out of the farmhouse. Subject returned through point of origin.
She
and mirror
survived.
returned to reflective surface. SCP-093 relinquished. Mirror test 3. Color violet.
Ooh.
Subject was D84930. Male.
Oh,
24
no, wait, I
years
think
old,
this is the
and had a
city.
record of second-degree murder of a police officer during a drug bust. This subject was uncooperative. Subject entered the provided mirror while holding SCP-093, which emitted a violet color. The mirror retained a true reflection until subject had completely passed into it. The view changed to a cityscape, urban,
Yep.
lightly tinged in purple. Camera turned on and panned around the area. Subject was in a modern downtown district.
'Cause
I'm pretty sure as criminals, I have like death penalty stuff too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but like that's kind of an issue because they're using the same type of person, just different types of colors. Why don't you try using it like? Obviously,
Well-
it's not the best because it is innocent people you could be putting at risk. I'll give you that, but if you like you just use criminals with different types of backgrounds, you're not really gonna get that far. I feel like you should try and use people with not a criminal background to see if any other color pops up, or maybe I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, in part 1, it was registered that the colors, like anyone who picked it up, like it would start glowing a color. So they would already seen colors from, like, I don't know, scientists, security personnel, and whatnot. But they're only willing to risk the lives of criminals when it comes to the mirror stuff. I mean, they also said in the other video that they don't value life at all when it comes to testing. So who knows? Also, these criminals, I can tell that there's like a different level of how bad they were. Because the first guy, he was a straight up murderer. And he seemed to be very, like, cooperative. Meanwhile, the second girl, she seemed semi-cooperative, and she literally murdered children. While this guy,
She murdered 2 kids.
not just a murderer, but also got busted in a drug bust, was completely not cooperative, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I got what you mean.
So I feel like maybe the intensity changes things up. I don't know.
Similar to a city like New York, the streets were almost empty, with only a few cars of unknown model. The subject wiped off a window that was covered in dirt and discovered that the inside of
You
the
have
car
anything to say
was
about this,
completely
Fork?
filled with a strange brown matter. The other 2 cars were
Say
the
about
same.
what?
However, the inside of the 4th vehicle
I don't know, this
was
experimentation stuff with the
the
criminals
doors to
and
this
whatnot.
vehicle were unlocked, and subject entered the
I
car and
believe
then
that
quickly
they're-
closed the door. Hope
I believe that their methods are better than just testing on random people.
Well, yeah, because they can also get consistency between criminals and
Yeah.
whatnot. Testing at random, they wouldn't probably have much result. Yeah, that makes a good point.
thing that he
But
would
they
be
have to
able
cut
to
it around.
escape
Because
by
also, if you
cutting
think
off the
about it,
cable.
they have X amount of people, right? Like, they can call upon all the D-class personnel that they have. And if they really wanted to test what kind of colors are for what people, they could just pull up their records and compare it to the colors they get.
Exactly.
Hmm.
I approve of this. I think it's great. They should keep doing it, and I think they still are.
Yeah, and I kind of like the fact that they use criminals that have death penalty, because in a way, they are serving out their sentence without having to be, like, you know, killed or whatnot. They just simply need to help out in these experiments. Some are successful, others are, well, straight up disappeared or murdered, but they're not just rotting away in a cell until they get injected with something and just die, you know? They're serving a purpose to help humanity.
Yep.
In a way, they're giving a second chance, because if I'm not wrong, I might be partially wrong on this, some upstanding D-class personnel might be let go, you know, so they can live like a life. You know, they can be, like, redeemed.
True. Okay. I think I never heard them say that about those types of, like, people. Like, if they are actually like, lo más que yo escucho es que they're like move from like location to location and see if there's a breach.
Yeah, but like I said, I might be, like, maybe partially wrong on that. It was probably in one of the later videos of the playlist.
Cable. Subject argued with Control over this issue. Subject looked around the cityscape from the car, while Control was discussing how to proceed since the city landscape was far larger than the previous test destinations. During one pan, a face was clearly seen staring into the car, and eyes were on the subject. However, this was not noticed until post-test footage review. Control soon informed Subject to remain where he was, and a team of 4 armed personnel were dispatched through the mirror to join him. Subject was then instructed to remove his harness. Subject's video feed then ended and was replaced by a wireless camera used by the escort team. Subject left the car and moved with the team. They then entered a building with XEA Research Partners Incorporated hanging on all of the glass doors. In the lobby,
Wait, they can
there was
read
a
this one
C-shaped
now.
receptionist desk with
Yeah.
a PC terminal on the desk. the team approached and examined the PC, and faithful OS appeared on the screen, which required a password to log in. After one failed
Technology.
attempt, the PC turned off automatically. Behind the receptionist desk were 2 elevator doors. Using the elevator on the right, the team was instructed to proceed to the highest floor, level 114,
Damn.
to get an overview of the city. At level 114, the doors opened, and the team entered a large lounge. A series of windows were open, and the team went over to place the camera outside. The city below was gray and silent. Some buildings in the city were covered with strange brown growth, as if a gelatinous mass were flung and then seeped down before hardening. From another window, the team noticed a highway that encircles the city, upon which crawled another of the large half-body humanoids, dragging itself with its elastic arms as witnessed in previous tests. It traveled the highway, then moved out of sight. The team then returned to the elevator and agreed to travel to level 74. The 74th floor was a doctor's office. At the reception desk, there was a sign in form with the date of 1953. They opened a door sketched with the title Dr. Borisiskai, Blessed Purificationist, and a crucifix, which led them to a white dust-free hallway, with 2 examination rooms and a key-coded door at the end. A small amount of C4 was placed on the lock of the key-coded door and then exploded, forcing the door to open. The area contained 6 large containment capsules. 2 were broken, 1 was empty, and the last 3 had nude humans floating in them, with breathing masks. Attached to the front of these tubes were medical charts showing vital signs and conditions of these bodies. Control asked for a zoom of one of the patient's pages on the chart. It wrote, Citizen Alberius Farafan, struck out at a high father during a sermon, blaspheming that the Lord's tears did turn his daughter to be unright in mind and heart, thusly laying blame for her whorish activities at the feet of the High Father and his blessing. Alberius Farafan should bathe in the Lord's tears himself for a week to be cleansed of mind and soul, thus to prove his daughter's ways are fault of not the Father's hands, and to give him peace of self. Subject started to panic. The camera panned to focus on him, and he was surrounded by entities similar to those witnessed in the first 2 tests. Control told them to stand still and wait. Subject screamed at the entities. Control requested one of the members to approach and recover him. The entities parked to make a pathway for the approaching member, who lifted Subject to his feet and brought him out. The entities kept staring at the subject no matter where he moved to. Control requested the team to return immediately. Before leaving, a team member took a binder labeled The Lord's Tears on the reception desk and then put it in the subject's field kit. Upon leaving the building, Subject pointed at one of the large torsos crawling at the entry point. It turned its featureless head to look at the escort team, raised its head to the sky, and emitted a bellowing sound. Team leader issued them to move quickly. The creature on the highway extended an arm down to touch the ground. All but one member of the team passed through the entry point. Subject passed through entry point, and mirror returned to reflective surface. The subject quickly dropped SCP-093, but was executed by the team leader as subject pulled out the field kit pistol. The uniform and possessions of the escort team member who was left behind were present and recovered, but the member himself is nowhere to be seen and does not respond to shouts, and his wireless receiver was recovered. Later review of the recovered camera showed the member with...
I'm just gonna assume that they took the dead guy's hand to grab the thing and put it on the mirror to pass back.
Okay, yeah, I was about to say, I had no idea how they got back.
Yeah, because I doubt 2 people would have the same thing. Or maybe, I don't know.
Was grasping for air, and then turned to look up at the oversized torso. A brown gel dripped off the creature as it moves, but disappeared shortly after being dislodged. Several shots were fired at the creature's face. When the creature's face fell on him and the camera was pushed to the ground, his screams were obscene. Camera feed remained dark for approximately 65 seconds before light came back, and the camera filmed the creature crawling back to the highway. the member believed to have been absorbed by the creature and perhaps digested.
Final part coming soon.
Before we end this video, we are proud to present these incredibly sweet
Wait, does it?
pieces of
Do they
fan
have the final part? Oh
I-
yeah, right. No, that's 610. Darn it.
Let's see if they
Oh,
do.
that was in October though. Yeah, I don't think it's out yet.
No, October 2020.
There has to be.
Let's check it. Part 3, pretty please. Damn, they haven't released the part 3. That sucks.
Oh, I like the video game stuff that they have there, like the animated stuff, you know.
Oh. When was part 1 released?
behind him.
Part 1 was released June 2020, and then part 2 was released October 2020. Man, I really hope they make a
Behind
part
him,
3. The coffee machine! Oh, you guys might love
He
this one.
requested for a cup of Joe from 294. Moments after
No, but this is like the
confirming
full video on
selection,
it. We
Agent
only saw a
Joseph
short.
began to sweat profusely and complained of dizziness before collapsing. Hello, everybody. I'm the Rubber. Today,
The coffee
we're
machine
bringing
is like
SCP
the most
Foundation
interesting one.
Euclid class object SCP-294. SCP-294, also known as a standard coffee vending machine, is a coffee vending machine that can produce any beverage through keyboard input. Its entry keyboard is corresponding to an English QWERTY keyboard. Upon depositing 50 cents US currency into the coin slot, the user is prompted to enter the name of any liquid using the keyboard. After doing so, a standard 12-ounce paper drinking cup is placed, and the liquid indicated is poured into the cup. The Foundation has conducted 97 tests, including requests for water, coffee, beer, and soda, non-consumable liquids such as sulfuric acid, wiper fluid, and motor oil, as well as substances that do not usually exist in liquid state, such as nitrogen, iron, and glass, and each one returned a success. It is also interesting to note that many caustic liquids that would have corroded a normal paper cup seem to have no effect on the cups dispensed by the machine. However, test runs with solid materials such as diamond have failed. This shows that SCP-294 can only deliver substances that can exist in liquid state. It is of note that after approximately 50 uses, the machine would not respond to further requests. After a period of approximately 90 minutes, the machine seemed to have restocked itself. 294 was originally placed in the Foundation's personnel break room because it is almost harmless to human beings and it's also a money-saving venture. However, after the 294-01 accident, 2 guards of Security Clearance Level 3 were arranged to guard 294 at all times. Since then, anyone who wants to get contact with it needs to obtain security permission first. So, what happened during the 294-01 incident? The incident happened on August 21st, 2005. Agent Joseph attempted to use 294 to obtain coffee during his allotted break time at 9:30 a.m. At the request of another agent to see what it would do, Agent Joseph requested for a cup of Joe from 294. Moments after confirming the selection, Agent Joseph began to sweat profusely and complained of dizziness before collapsing. After moving the unconscious agent to the infirmary, the medical team recovered the contents of the cup dispensed by SCP-294. They found a combination of blood, tissue, and other bodily fluids in the liquid. Testing revealed the DNA sequence of the biological material dispensed by SCP-294 matched that of Agent Joseph. Luckily, Agent Joseph made a complete recovery after 4 weeks of rest and intravenous hydration. X-rays and CAT scans showed no further signs of injury, and he was released. After reviewing documentation on 294, the Foundation started testing 294's ability to retrieve specific liquids from a distance. To test the range of 294's capacity for retrieval, researchers formulated a unique compound composed of undisclosed ratios of bleach, cola, met-RX powder, and garam masala. The fluid was created and placed in a sealed container 25 meters
What the
away
heck is
from
garam
294.
masala?
When the request
I have
for
no
this
clue.
liquid
Sounds
was
like a
made,
sauce.
An equal amount of the liquid that had existed in the sealed container had disappeared without any reason. In another test, it has now been confirmed that 294 has the ability to directly gather information from someone's mind in order to comply with the given conditions. Under observation of Level 4 personnel, an agent keyed in a request of the best drink I've ever had. 294 delivered a dark fluid topped with white foam, which was later identified as Vienna Lager. The cup was printed with a color picture of 5 men and 2 women drinking beer on the beach, and the agent who requested for this drink was one of them. In his briefing, he confirmed that his favorite drink ever was a Vienna Lager he consumed at the beach with his friends. According to another test, 294 was proved to be able to produce abstract concepts or sentences, and it also can make the subjects feel the experience.
It flirts with people.
Researcher keyed in request for
Oh my
a cup
God.
of music. SCP-294 produced a clear, sparkling fluid that tasted vaguely alcoholic. Following ingestion, subject reported feeling and not hearing a continuous rhythm, and demonstrated the ability to move and even dance with a certain fluidity that he had not previously shown. In one of the other tests, a professor requested
pretty
my
sick,
life
what?
story from 294. 294 began to shake violently, like a tornado.
My
and
life
made humming
story.
noises violently for approximately 3 minutes, before providing a highly viscous, opaque black liquid. Upon consumption, the professor reported that he remembered everything that had ever happened to him. Following this test, the professor entered his office and returned 48 hours later with a 538-page autobiography. According to an addendum, a D-class personnel with IQ of 99 and low curiosity scores was given written instructions about what to request. The D-class personnel produced a request for blood of Canis lupus and received a cup of liquid subsequently identified as wolf blood. The D-class personnel next produced a request for saliva of Equus ferus caballus and received a cup of liquid subsequently identified as horse saliva. The D-class personnel next produced a request for urine of Phascolarctus cineris and received a cup of liquid subsequently identified as koala urine. The D-class personnel next produced a request for cerebrospinal fluid of Phobaramus pattersoni and received a cup of liquid currently undergoing analysis. It is to be noted that Phobaramus pattersoni went extinct during the late Miocene epoch, approximately 8 million years ago. Other SCP-294 tests are currently awaiting for approval. Before we end this video, we are proud to present these incredibly sweet piece of fan arts. A big thing.
Man. I want to
That
order a
sounds
cup of
so
music.
interesting.
Yeah.
No, but instead of that, like it can let you drink emotions, right?
Basically.
Just order happiness.
Bro, what if you write like love
But it's
potion?
temporary though. Like
Yeah, it's temporary. Yeah.
yeah.
So you don't have to worry about love potions.
Oh. I mean, I don't really see much use technically in the like emotion cups versus like the professor who ordered my life story and then proceeded to write a 500-page
Like-
biography.
You know how like when there's people with depression, they like get medicated with like antidepressants to make them happy.
Yeah, imagine they just get like a shot of happiness.
Exactly, and maybe it'll last like it'll last like an hour. It won't be forever, but like that person, that patient, could like feel some sort of happiness and relief for like an hour or so.
I understand where you guys are coming from with this, and that is like an excellent idea, but there's already SCP, what is it? I think 500, which is literally
Yeah, but
healing
if
pills.
you- Oh, true.
That they're able to heal any illness, including mental illnesses or things like depression. So why cure it for an hour if you can just cure it permanently?
Who the freak said that an SCP?
Because you can. The best way of saying it is, people will start questioning full cure, but they won't question temporary cures.
I don't know, but my point still stands. Like, who in the Fraggy Frog said that there can't be more than one SCP with like some like a similar job or quality?
I mean, yeah, there are SCPs that are extremely similar to each other. In this case, well, the healing stuff can be similar to liquids that this SCP can produce. That can, like, you know, maybe heal you or make you feel better. Like the guy who ordered his favorite beverage. He drank that and he was super happy. Or the people who ordered a cup of love or a cup of music to get that vibe going.
Bro, if you order a cup of music, that means you're gonna be able to, like, dance for once.
Yeah, yeah. That's what the dude did. I wonder if there's an an ice cream machine version of this. That'd be kind of funny.
Thanks to Noah and Jason Young. You can now send us your fan art, and we will be more than happy to show off your best art piece in our next video. Check out our description.
Bro, Siren Head's an
I hope
SCP?
you enjoyed today's video.
That's kinda
Which
cool.
SCP do you want to see in the next video, and why it is interesting? Let us know in the comment below. We will draw your story and share it with the world. Don't forget to click like, subscribe to this channel, and hit the bell. Please share it to your friends if you like this video. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you in the next video. Bye-bye. He requested for a cup of joe from 2.
Yeah, we saw this one.
Procedure 220
Oh, no.
Calabasas is a ritual to...
Wait, did I see that thumbnail right? Oh, this is like SCP Satan basically.
Yeah.
be performed
Oh,
each
no.
day as an effective means of maintaining containment.
I remember this one fully.
Failure at any point to properly perform this procedure may result in an XK class end of the world scenario. Hello everybody, I'm the Rubber. Today we bring you a SCP Foundation.
Sophia, I definitely want to know your
object,
opinion on this one once the video ends.
SCP-2317. Hey there, before getting into the story of SCP-2317, I would like you to know that 2317 has multiple iterations, and only the O5 Council knows the truth about it. So, in the first 5 iterations, SCP-2317
One of those
is a
people is
wooden
Fork,
door and frame,
obviously.
originally constructed as a
know
basement
what you're
door
talking
for a
about.
19th century Massachusetts brownstone. Upon opening the door, any person stepping through the door frame will be transported to a salt desert dimension, hereafter referred to as SCP-2317 Prime. Exploration of 2317 Prime is limited, but the area directly accessible
Dude, that's
for
just the end
2317
dimension.
is a salt pan several kilometers in radius. A circle of 7 pillars, SCP-2317-A to SCP-2317-G, are positioned in a 10-meter diameter circle approximately 10 meters directly in front of 2317. Each pillar approximately 1 meter in diameter and 7 meters tall, constructed of marble and engraved with a series of intricate bas-reliefs. The art style of the engravings does not correspond to that of any known modern, historic, or prehistoric civilization. According to Iteration 5, these 7 pillars extend 200 meters below the surface of the sand and into SCP-2317-H. 2317-H is a spherical space 100 kilometers in diameter located directly underneath the 7 pillars, lined
Make
with the
myself
same
some
stone
G
used to
fuel.
construct 2317-A to 2317-G. Contained within 2317-H is SCP-2317-K, hereafter referred to as Entity. Through seismic analysis, ground-penetrating radar, as well as direct observation, the Foundation's personnel found that the entity appears to be an obese, human-like creature of immense proportion. Estimated height, if fully erect,
Man,
is
why they
over
gotta bring this
200
weight into
kilometers.
Damn.
Horns resembling tree branches sprout from its head,
Fat
which
double.
lacks the lower jaw. Entire body
Yeah,
is
why
covered
he's so
in
cute,
millions
though?
of overlapping
He's actually
plate-like
adorable.
scales. 7 heavy hooks are embedded in the
I can
entity's
actually kind of see what you mean.
Each
And
one
yeah, that
attached to
hurts.
A heavy steel
My
chain
man like that.
connected to the lower end of one of the 7 pillars embedded in the ceiling of the chamber. However, 6 of the pillars and chains have been broken, and only 1 pillar and chain remain intact. In the final iteration, 2317-K appeared to be a primeval entity known as Devourer of Worlds. According to the Arakesh Codex, it was captured and imprisoned by Arakeshan mystics circa 1894
Hey yo, Dr. Strange.
Yo, de King Tom.
It is still not clear how a 19th century society discovered how to create a gateway
Yeah,
to the
Shang-Chi and
universe
Doctor
called
Strange.
Shang, which is
Shang-
the prison of Devourer,
The one with
nor
those,
their reasons for
not
doing
the
so.
one with the, I think it was the one with the
SCP-231
7 rays. I'm not even sure at this point.
The only one I can think of.
You're so close to being 100% correct.
Which I know I'm there, and this I'm.
All I can think of is
That's
either
just so
Strange or Shang-Chi. I don't know what else.
Shang-Chi.
Is it really?
Yeah,
Alright.
Shang-Chi and the Ten Rings.
17 was first discovered in 1922. But by the time four
That's
of the
why-
chains
that's why I
binding
said
the
that
entity
you were
had
so
been
close.
accidentally
Mm.
You were
broken,
saying
and
seven
the
rings.
society had gone bankrupt multiple times trying to repair them. After the dissolution of the society, the founder of the foundation came into possession of the door.
Founder of the
Then
foundation.
It was moved to Containment Area 179 in 1982. 2317 is to be secured in a reinforced 3 by 3 by 3 meter containment chamber. Armed guards are to be in place at all times in order to prevent unauthorized access to the facility. All personnel assigned to SCP-2317 must rotate out for 1 month of psychological counseling after 2 months on site. Personnel assigned to 2317
Bro, what do
must
you mean
undergo
they gotta
heavy
go to
psychological testing
counseling?
before being
They're
cleared to
only
enter the site.
making sure
Individuals
a
must score at least
fucking
72
square
points
doesn't
on
get
the
destroyed
Milgram
by a
obedience
demon.
exam.
They're making sure that a literal god doesn't escape a door.
Bro, don't. They're not getting any action. If they were getting action on the regular basis, I would understand that they would be having to get switched to go to therapy and shit. But they're not doing jack shit in the sense they're not getting like, oh, a demon sprouts every single night and tries to mimic me into fucking my dad or some bullshit like that.
I
Like,
mean,
they're not.
I can just assume that, like, as previous SCPs have shown to give off like a vibe that like affects your mental state and makes you really stressed out, I can assume that a thing that eats entire planets will kind of do that to you. I'm just gonna go on a whim.
Well, I think it's more the pressure of, oh God, what if it goes out whenever I'm the one here?
And then the entire world gets consumed, and then you're gonna blame yourself. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be standing next to that door if that thing escapes.
I think it's literally just the pressure of this thing will destroy the world if it gets out. Right? That's literally it.
I mean, at this point, why not just destroy the door? But that probably doesn't work if they still have it in their possession.
Emanation, be unmarried, have no offspring, and express nothing less than total loyalty to the Foundation. While in the Foundation's care, 2 of the remaining 3 chains broke. The breaking of the 5th chain directly led to an event in the Foundation's world. After the 6th chain broke, it was also coincident with a much more severe event, eventually killing 2 million people.
Jeez.
Procedure 220 Calabasas is a ritual to be performed at solar noon each day, as an effective means of maintaining containment of the entity, until an effective means of repairing or reattaching said chains can be discovered. Performing Procedure 220 Calabasas requires 2 armed Foundation security personnel, hereafter referred to as guards. 1 Foundation personnel will refer to as celebrant, 1 Class D personnel as an assistant, 1 live male chicken, 1 blade, 1 silver aspergillum, and aspersorium, filled with holy water blessed by a priest of abramatic faith. And finally, 1 kiloton level nuclear device to be detonated in case of catastrophic containment failure. The following is the steps of how to properly perform Procedure 220 Calabasas. First, celebrant, guards, and assistant will open 2317. Step through and enter 2317 prime. Assistant will enter first, followed by guards, followed by celebrant. Guards will, at all times, maintain situational awareness of assistant, and should be prepared to prevent escape with deadly force. Then, starting from the pillar closest
Nuke
to
'em.
and in line with 2317, which is 2317A, Celebrant circumambulates SCP-2317A through SCP-2317G, proceeding counterclockwise at an even and measured pace. At every other step, Celebrant will scatter holy water, using the aspergillum and aspersorium in the direction of the circle's center. Upon completing 1 circumambulation of 2317A to G, Celebrant scatters holy water over the head of the assistant and recites the following phrase: 7 seals, 7 rings, 7 thrones for the Scarlet King. Celebrant then moves to a safe distance away from Assistant, who will take the blade and use it to kill the chicken provided as sacrifice. Blood will be drained from the chicken and added to the aspersorium, then stirred to mix with the holy water already contained within. Assistant then circumambulates 2317A to G in a clockwise direction, scattering the mixture of blood and holy water in the direction of the circle's center. Upon completing another circumambulation of 2317A to G, Assistant walks to the center of the circle of stones and pours the remaining mixture of blood and water onto the discolored patch of salt and sand in the center, while reciting the following phrase: "Blood for the old gods, water for the new king." Upon completing the ritual, all the personnel should gather up the materials, secure the blade, and return through SCP-2317, which is subsequently closed. Failure at any point to properly perform Procedure 220 Calabasas may result in an XK class end-of-the-world scenario. Should any mishap or failure occur, all personnel are to return immediately through 2317, closing the door behind them. The containment chamber will be immediately locked down, and a Level 2 emergency declared and reported to the O5 Council. You are attempting to access a Security Level 5 Thomiel file. You have been warned. Displaying SCP-2317, Clearance Level 05. Indications are that final containment failure will occur at some point within the next century, as of the writing of SCP-2317's file's writing, which being calculated at around 30 years from now. All efforts to repair or replace the chains have failed. All efforts to rediscover the method for creating these chains have proven fruitless. XK Class End-of-the-World scenario is an unavoidable event. Research is currently underway to determine an alternate containment plan, but the possibility that anything can keep the Devourer from entering our universe is slim. Especially as the original material used to create the chains, namely the bones and sinew of another Devourer entity, are no longer in existence. In order to maintain morale, a false containment procedure, dubbed Procedure 220 Calabasas, was
I was
authored
about
and
to say,
implemented.
isn't that a
The
false
purpose is to provide the fake
Yeah.
appearance of active containment to allay anxiety among staff.
It's
until a more
completely
permanent
fake.
solution
They
can
don't
be
have to do
found.
that at all.
In the meantime, preparations
Why
will
are
be
they
made
doing
in order to ensure the
To keep up
survival
the
of
morale
human
of
race
the other,
following containment
you know,
failure,
people. So they think it's working.
which is the break of the last chain.
Oh, okay.
Before we end this video, we are proud to present
Because, like, only the highest level of people know that it's not working and that it eventually will break and everything will end. And they gotta keep appearances up, so they kind of gotta fake it until they make it.
Yeah, that's kind of sad.
Yeah. Also, the fact that the chains are made from the, like, corpse of another devourer, wouldn't they just primarily give up on trying to contain it and find a way of killing it?
I mean, makes sense, but what are they do?
I don't think they've like found a way to try and kill it yet.
Exactly. If they changed him up, it's because they didn't find a way or there's no way. It's just destined to happen.
I mean, theoretically, I know of a way that could kill him, and that is through the touch of SCP Plague Doctor. Because his
Well-
touch kills anything that he, well, touches.
But we don't know if it'll kill that.
Oh,
Because they tried like a lot of different types of like. I'm like thinking right now. I just skipped my head. You know something? I was gonna say something. And my head went like poop.
damn, no wonder it's so hot in my room. The heater's on.
You kinda dumb. You left that shit on.
Well, I didn't actually. I think this was my mom. I'll just open the window a little bit.
A ghost in your house? Story time.
Hmm? No. This house ain't haunted. Yo, it's the giant eel.
Where'd you put that shit?
Dr. Krishnamurthy says, Manava, I was wrong. God save me. It's not. SCP-3000 strikes and quickly consumes Krishnamurthy. 3000 disappears into the darkness and is no longer visible on exterior cameras. Hello everybody, I'm the Rubber. Today we bring you a SCP Foundation value mail class object.
I find this one really
SCP-3000.
weird, honestly.
SCP-3000, also known as a Untitled, is a massive aquatic serpentine entity strongly resembling a giant moray eel. Its size is impossible to determine, but it is estimated to be roughly between 600 to 900 kilometers in length. Its head measures roughly 2.5 meters in diameter, and sections of the body proper are as large as 10 meters in diameter. 3000 is carnivorous and typically a sedentary creature, only moving its head in response to certain stimuli or during feeding. Despite its sedentary nature, 3000 is capable of moving quickly to dispatch prey. However, it doesn't actually need nutrients to maintain its biological function, though its size is huge. It is unknown exactly what happened to the prey it consumes, but during feeding, 3000 excretes through its skin a thin layer of a viscous, dark gray substance classified as Y909. The Y909 compound is a critical component in several modern and experimental amnestic compounds. SCP-3000 is a Class 8 cognitohazardous entity. Direct observation of 3000 may cause several mental alterations. The observer will experience inexplicable head pain, paranoia, general fear and panic, and memory loss or alteration. According to a log from Site-151's historical records, written by Dr. Eugene Getz, during the initial discovery of SCP-3000, an unease was felt throughout the entire crew. A biologist of the Foundation named William felt the most ill. He began sweating profusely and acted more and more erratically, at one point expressing uncertainty as to the task he was assigned to handle. When the crew finally came into contact with 3000, William began whimpering and had to be sedated. He muttered the word "no" over and over again, as if in disbelief. He went silent after a while as the crew approached 3000's head. Something had gone from William's eyes. Moments after they observed the head of SCP-3000, several other crew members complained of feeling hazy and of being uncertain what they were supposed to be doing. Captain Ritter wrote it off as nitrogen intoxication and forced them to continue approaching 3000. When the crews were 50 meters away from 3000, it turned slowly to look at them. At that moment, William began screaming and flailing, shouting about how he could see it in his head. Other Foundation personnel tried to restrain him, but he got free and smashed his face against one of the portholes. He hit it so hard, he cracked the inner layer of glass. The damage was bad enough that the crew had to surface and try to give William medical attention, but he was too far gone at that point. Despite the trauma, he still spoke briefly as he lay dying. He said, "There's nothing. By the time they had reached the surface several hours later, William was dead. In the log, Dr. Eugene Getz wrote that even now, he can still see the eyes of SCP-3000. Despite this incident, a diving expedition was ordered to personally assess the creature and investigate the source of the thick, gray fluid that had been observed floating around its head.
That's some crazy psychological stuff right there.
Mobile task forces, Kingfishers. All divers were equipped with high-pressure suits as well as front-facing headlamps. The water was dark and cold. They were in position about 500 meters from the head of SCP-3000. Moments after being in the water, the team leader told the command station that they seemed to have some confusion over their call sign, and they were not sure where they were going. They felt an awful headache, like something's needling in their brain. Regardless, command told the team to continue towards 3000, but all the divers were completely confused about where they were. As they continued approaching, one of the divers began to utter ominous phrases concerning oblivion and dark eyes. Just at that moment, command detected 3000 moving rapidly towards the divers, and their radios went silent. After 33 seconds of silence, one of the divers finally answered to the radio. According to the log, the leader of the team said 3000 opened its mouth, and suddenly there was the sound of a struggle through the other two radios. Only one of them remains. The other two have been eaten by 3000. The one remained not being eaten, claimed that it's extremely difficult to form thoughts while near 3000. He said that the fluid was seeping through the skin around its head, about a meter back. Just looking at the stuff is making him feel like the room is spinning. He feels nauseous, and his head isn't working right. He went to retrieve a sample and attached it to one of those little balloons and let it float up so command will be able to get it later. After that, he claimed that he knows he is dying, and told the command station not to send anyone else out there. It is so dark. Command continued to attempt to communicate with 09 Bravo, but Bravo grew increasingly unintelligible before eventually going completely silent. Bravo's radio stayed active over the next 3 days, and intermittent breathing could be heard until the radio ceased functioning. In the beginning, we have mentioned that SCP-3000 is a Thomiel class.
So this dude felt like he was dying even though he didn't die for the next 3 days?
Basically.
I think he just knew that like this SCP was gonna kill him, and there was no way of like surviving it. Ahora, I'm just like, well, maybe he did think that, but like if that was the case, why didn't he die right then and there? He stayed alive for the next 3 days.
It was, like I said, this one's really weird. Maybe the SCP was telling him he was dying.
Well, maybe because they didn't know what they were even supposed to do. Like their mind was like scrambled, scrambled.
Also, Luis Diaz notified me that the screen is black, but no worries, it's only been like that for like 2 minutes.
What you mean, Luis Diaz?
He's in the chat. He sent a message.
Wait, who the fuck is? Where the fuck is Luis Diaz then? What the fuck?
In the stream chat, Sophia.
What you mean in the stream chat?
In the Twitch chat, you know, where people can like write as they watch the stream.
Damn. Luis Diaz, how are you? Te contestó el baby. That's all I gotta say.
Gracias, Luis Diaz. But yeah, like I said, there's some psychological shit that's like, it's weird even for an SCP.
Entity. Thomiel class SCPs are anomalies that the Foundation specifically uses to contain other SCPs. Even the mere existence of the Thomiel class objects is classified at the highest level of the Foundation, and their locations, functions, and current status are known to few Foundation personnel outside of the O5 Council. So, how can a giant moray eel that messes up your head helps the SCP Foundation in their operations? The answer is in the dark gray substance classified as Y909. SCP Foundation uses a large number of amnestic during their work. It is vital for keeping the secrecy of the Foundation. The inclusion of the Y909 compound has shown a marked increase in the stability and long-term effectiveness of the Foundation's amnestics. Overall,
What?
I need you to celebrate with me right now. So look. Okay. So my university, they be like giving out big.
Yeah.
And I've been waiting for a fat minute for them to like upload on my page that I have it. And I kid you know, I was like, damn, do I not have it? Bitch, it just popped up that I'm getting $1,500 at the end of the quadrimestre. Hey,
nice.
Money.
Nice.
I mean, I don't think you should be yelling that number on stream, but nice.
Bitch, shh. Either way, I'm not gonna end up using the money per se. I'm probably gonna have to put it back into paying the university. So I don't even know why the fuck they're giving it to me. Fucking hypocrites.
I mean,
because they know you'll have to pay them.
Yeah.
Bitch, fuck this shit. Oh, I would just like, bro, look. I'll just be like, hey yo, I'm not gonna pay you, but like. Are there any other ways in the means that I don't lose my like money? If you know what I mean? Any other services I could bring to the table, like fucking your bitch. Now give me my fucking tuition. You feel me?
Of course.
What the fuck do you expect me to say, Senor? What the fuck do you expect me to say? You expected me to be sweet and shit? Nah, fam.
You're so aggressive.
She
I know,
is.
right? It's my talent.
That's okay.
I know, right?
Me encanta Luis
That is
Diaz.
certainly a talent.
Very little times I'm actually a sweet person. But you know something? That's a virtue. That's a motherfucking virtue.
I don't think it should be.
Yeah, just let her be. Just fine.
Just let it be.
Also, Sophia, I'm gonna read out what Luis said. Bro, there's a black screen, and you can hear Sophia in the background. El mic de Sophia is trash. Se escucha bien bajito, Sofía.
Bro, cállate la boca. Yo siempre tengo un issue con mi mic. That's a him problem at this point.
Sophia, we can all hear your mic being a little something.
Bitch, I can't do shit about it. Stop talking shit about my mic. She over here trying and y'all bullying her.
Okay.
Statistics utilizing Y909 break down 78% slower than their standard counterparts in cold storage, and 52% slower than their standard counterparts at room temperature. Additionally, individuals administered an amnestic regimen utilizing Y909 show a marked increase in suggestibility, memory clearance, and a significant decrease in additional side effects. Individuals treated with these amnestics express significantly fewer intrusive memories as those without Y909, with some individuals exposed to experimental compounds expressing no intrusive memories whatsoever, even at the 5 and 10 year marks. Due to the effectiveness of these treatments with the addition of Y909, the continued inclusion of the compound is essential to modern Foundation amnestic application. The SCP Foundation has completely relied on the Y909 compound with no means to synthetically reproduce it. Hence, the ATZAC protocol has been developed. This protocol dictates the way the Y909 compound is collected off of SCP-3000 and the way personnel are to interact with 3000. According to the brief framework of the procedure documented, one individual D-class subject is to be administered a sedative and equipped with a high-pressure diving suit. The subject is then to be tethered to a remotely operated underwater vehicle, ROV, within the aft airlock. The airlock is to be flooded, and the subject is to be towed by the ROV towards the feeding site. Upon reaching the feeding site, the ROV is to disconnect its tether, leave the subject there, and return to the Foundation submarine, named SCPF Aramida. Throughout this stage, SCPF Aramida should monitor SCP-3000's position and adjust course if the entity begins to move away from the feeding site. Mission Command will provide additional instructions during this phase if necessary. During the feeding session, no personnel are permitted to leave the Aramida without authorization from the Mission Command. At a point after the total consumption of prey, SCP-3000 will begin to excrete Y909 near the foremost section of its body. Specialized teams of deep-sea divers are to exit the SCPF Aramida through the aft airlock and approach SCP-3000. Collection of Y909 must take place during SCP-3000's digestive period, which is currently believed to be roughly 2.5 hours after consumption of prey. Teams must return to launch craft before the end of this period. During this period, the typical effects of SCP-3000 are less severe, though Command should continue to monitor these teams for damage to their cognition. After the collection of Y909, personnel are to transfer the collected substance to secure containers before returning to the surface. The mission administrator on board the Aramida is to monitor the substance throughout transport. The following report concerns 2 doctors: the Foundation's Level 3 researcher, Dr. Krish Namorthy, and a staff clinical psychologist, Dr. Manava. Dr. Manava was assigned to interview Dr. Krishnamurthy after he attempted to exit out the Aramida's aft airlock without diving equipment. Dr. Krishnamurthy begins discussing how he feels disconnected from his mind and tired from trying to keep it together. He's forgetting things, having other people's dreams, and faces he doesn't recognize, places he has never been. Clearly, his proximity to 3000 is greatly affecting him. At this point, Dr. Krishnamurthy couldn't remember his mother's voice, but he recalls that she told him about a god called Anatasesha, the king of serpents that lies beneath the god Vishnu in the cosmos. When the light of the universe had gone out, all that would be left is Anatasesha. Dr. Krishnamurthy believes that SCP-3000 is Anastasia. He says in the interview with Dr. Manava, I believe that SCP-3000 is Anastasia. I believe that this aberration, this treachery against cognition, is the result of us being in the presence of a god. Not just a god, but a god who exists across all time, all at once, and even beyond. Maybe some part of the nothingness beyond the edge of time is part of Anastasia as well.
Cow.
After 2 days of containment, orders were received to lift the hold order on Dr. Krishnamurthy in accordance to the terms of the ATZAC protocol. 3 hours after Dr. Krishnamurthy was released from his holding cell, the following incident took place. Dr. Krishnamurthy stands near the entrance to the Aramida's aft airlock while weeping and prepares to open the airlock door. Interior airlock camera captures Dr. Krishnamurthy staring at the exterior airlock door for a full 2 minutes, not moving an inch. After 2 minutes, he collapses on the ground. As 3000 slowly approaches the submarine, Dr. Krishnamurthy puts on a high-pressure deep-sea diving suit, and then moves towards exterior door controls, and then exits the Aramita's aft airlock. SCP-3000 slowly appears out of the darkness, reaches Dr. Krishnamurthy, and his mouth begins to open. Aramita sounds horns, but neither SCP-3000 nor subject appear to notice. 3000 moves to just above Dr. Krishnamurthy. He appears to look up into the now fully expanded jaw of 3000. Dr. Krishnamurthy says, "Manava, I was wrong. God save me. It's not." SCP-3000 strikes and quickly consumes Krishnamurthy. 3000 disappears into the darkness and is no longer visible on exterior cameras. Rescue crews are recalled. The crew begins to initiate ATSAC protocol. Before we end this video, we are proud to present these incredibly sweet pieces of fan art. A big thank you to all of you. You can now send us your fan art, and we will be more than happy to show off your best art piece in our next video.
Well, they
Check
named
out our description below.
after that mythology. That's probably why he recognized it more as that than anything else, because it's like dulling your mind and cognitive functions, right?
Yeah, so basically it like presented itself in like that image to him, basically.
That's scary, man.
It's kind of like terrifying how each person had their own like perception of SCP-3000, but it was all still leading up to the same thing, a dark void or like death or something like that.
I kind of want to see what the doctor was thinking at the end before he like got eaten, you know?
Yeah.
Because he like confirmed that it wasn't the god, so.
He said it was something else. Well, didn't finish his thought.
Maybe he just saw it was a monster instead of trying to glorify it and give it like an origin based on human stuff. Who knows?
Also, this is kind of random, but I just got invited to a Valentine's event on a Discord server.
Oh, is it the VTuber prom thing?
VTuber prom? No, it's I don't know how to describe it. It's like making a little Valentine's card or artwork, or like just a little like online gift, if that makes sense. Like whether it's like a drawing or I don't know, pixel art in Minecraft for like a select person in the server, and that person will post a reference of what they want in one of the channels. It seems pretty cool. Also, I'm sorry, did you say VTuber prom?
Have you not seen that happening?
No, this is the first time I'm hearing of it.
One sec, I might be able to find the tweet.
VTuber prom, that sounds kind of funny. What, is it going to be like a big gathering in VR chat maybe? Let's check this out real quick.
There you go.
I'm opening this on stream, I don't care.
I mean, that's fine, it's a cool thing.
VTuber prom is on. Let's bring some color and joy. Dark winter. Ah, I knew it's gonna be on VR chat.
Well, it's an optional for VR chat.
Wait, it's
the big thing is like you get commissioned artwork for it, and then you do a stream on the day, and then you can like meet up in VR chat or whatever if you want to.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I thought that's what you were talking about.
Oh, that's cute. Maybe I'll ask one of the guys in the group, you know?
Go for it.
Oh, one of the bros. What's this?
There you go. 1K raffle.
Oh. You know what? Sure. Would love to have a 2D model. I never, I'll be honest, I enter raffles randomly because I genuinely never expect to actually win one. I don't think I've ever won one, to be honest.
Never say never, man.
Yeah. You got an excellent point. Never say never.
Just like Justin Bieber said.
Okay. I'm gonna ignore that.
Hey, man. His stuff was is getting better.
Well, look, I kind of stopped caring about him like years. Well, I never cared about him in the first place. I don't have much to say about him. It's just not a person that I like ever got why there was so much hype about. Like, I guess his music was alright. Some of it.
Like, it was literally just a lot of teenage girls, man. Like, that was it.
Sure. I'll give some thought to this VTuber prom thing. Man, how long have I been streaming?
It's a month away from Monday.
A month away from Monday?
Yeah. 4 weeks to the day from Monday.
Oh, so it's like... Wait, my brain's working at like half capacity here. It's on Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
It's not a month away.
A month from Monday, yeah. Because it goes from 24 to 31. To,
okay, yeah, you got a point.
7 then 14.
Yeah, no, my brain absolutely just stopped functioning. Like, I had to count that shit on my calendar.
Lamau.
Streaming on one brain cell, dude. I've been live for 3 hours and 12 minutes. What SCPs we got after this? You know, I'll go for like 3 more after this one.
It emitted a high-pitched shriek that inflicted intense pain in the eyes and ears of everyone in a 10-meter radius. Ear-like growths immediately began growing on those within 5 meters of it, covering their bodies in less than 20 seconds. Hello, everybody. I'm the Rubber. Today, we bring you an SCP Foundation Key-Class object, SCP-1048. SCP-1048, also known as Builder Bear, is a small teddy bear, approximately 33 centimeters in height. Through testing, composition of the 1048 revealed no unusual qualities that make it discernible from a non-sapient teddy bear. 1048 is capable of moving on its own accord and can communicate through a small range of gestures. 1048 regularly shows affection to individuals in ways found endearing by most people. Affection is usually given in the form of a hug to the lower leg, but 1048 has also been observed dancing, jumping.
Wait, is Sophia dead? Sophia, are you there?
No, I'm here. It's just I had to listen to something real quick, and
Oh, okay.
while y'all were about the prom thing, and I muted myself.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I thought you would have said something about the bear by now. Like, huh, that's kind of weird.
There's a horrible ass shit, and I saw him once in a game, and I was like, oh shit, what is your problem? And now I'm about to find out, because this bitch look cute, but apparently he'll kill you if you touch it.
I was gonna say, I was like, why are you dissing the bear? The bear looks sick as fuck.
I mean, well, let's just wait and see what he can do. I don't know if you're gonna keep calling him cute after you, well, learn about him.
And in 2 separate events, it has even drawn childlike pictures for janitorial staff. All Foundation personnel that have interacted with the 1048 have responded positively to its affection, even D-Class with normally sociopathic tendencies. Attempts at direct communication with SCP-1048 have not been considered successful. Though it is capable of simple gestures to indicate a yes or no answer, it will often not react to lines of questioning concerning its nature or where it originated from. It is not known if this is because 1048 simply does not know the answers or because it does not want to answer. Though capable of drawing pictures, it has not used its art as a form of communication beyond showing affection, even when encouraged to do so. The more anomalous behavior of SCP-1048 was not observed until approximately 7 months after it was originally secured. It is hypothesized that 1048 is able to construct crude replicas of itself using various materials, by a process that is yet to be observed directly by Foundation staff. Dr. Carver has suggested that 1048 uses its endearing qualities to lull those around it into a false sense of security, allowing it to collect materials to produce these creations. Currently, there are 3 known creations of 1048, designated SCP-1048-A to SCP-1048-C. The nature of these creations has been in stark contrast to 1048's general behavior, as all have exhibited extreme violence towards humans. SCP-1048-A was first discovered wandering Site-24, accompanied by SCP-1048. It resembles a teddy bear, similar in size and shape to 1048, but is made entirely out of human ears. Witnesses interviewed reported that it appeared 1048 was giving a tour of Site-24 to 1048-A. Dr. Carver was called to the scene, along with a security team. The security team arrived first and attempted to contain 1048-A. 1048-A emitted a high-pitched shriek that inflicted intense pain in the eyes and ears of everyone in a 10-meter radius. Ear-like growths immediately began growing of those within 5 meters of it, covering their bodies in less than 20 seconds. Every person afflicted with this symptom died within 3 minutes, resulting in the death of the entire security team. Autopsies revealed the cause of death to be asphyxiation, caused by an abundance of the ear-like growths manifesting in the mouths and trachea of all victims. 1048 and 1048-A fled the scene before Dr. Carver arrived, and have not been contained since the incident, though sightings of both have been reported on multiple occasions. Shortly after this incident occurred, a researcher was discovered missing an ear. According to him, it was removed through unknown means while he was sleeping. No other victims of ear removal were found, so it is unclear if SCP-1048 obtained more ears from another source or if it is capable of duplicating objects or materials. SCP-1048-B was discovered by several Foundation staff members in the cafeteria of Site-24. Its appearance was nearly identical to 1048, but it moved in an irregular, jerky manner as if something is moving inside of it. 1048-B made no attempt to interact initially, until a burst in its seams revealed what appeared to be the hand and arm of a human infant poking out and grasping at the air. At the sight of this, a female researcher screamed, and 1048-B reacted by emitting a high-pitched cry similar to that of a human infant. It then attempted to forcibly enter the uterus of the screaming researcher, causing massive internal damage. In the ensuing chaos, a security team was forced to contain and incinerate both the researcher and 1048-B. Approximately 3 hours after this incident, a Foundation's doctor was found unconscious and bleeding in her office. An abortion had been performed on her while she was sleeping. and the 8-month-old fetus was never found. It is hypothesized that 1048 used the doctor's unborn child to create 1048B. Information regarding the possible origin of 1048B is not to be leaked to the survivors currently undergoing therapy for the incident with 1048B, as Dr. Carver believes it would be extremely detrimental to their recovery. SCP-1048-C resembles a teddy bear similar to 1048, but composed entirely of rusted metal scraps. It was first cited by Dr. Carver in his office while writing up a report on the 1048B incident. It fled the room when it noticed Dr. Carver observing it. In the attempted pursuit of 1048-C, Dr. Carver witnessed the death and maiming of a Foundation personnel, as 1048-C exhibited extreme violence during its escape. It has not been encountered since this initial sighting, and is unknown whether it still resides somewhere within Site-24. The origins of any materials possibly used to construct 1048-C by 1048 are also unknown at this time. The whereabouts of SCP-1048 are currently unknown, though it is still believed to be somewhere in Site-24. 1048 is to be secured for containment, but any creation of SCP-1048s should be destroyed on site, unless further evidence warrants less extreme actions. No teddy bears are to be allowed in Site-24 to prevent any confusion or mistaken identity. Any object that resembles a teddy bear is to be reported to the security team immediately. Extreme caution is to be taken if SCP-1048-A or SCP-1048-C are encountered again. The Record of Diary of a Young Girl is a story about the discovery of SCP-1048 before the Foundation. It was written by a little youngster named Lizzie Byrne, who discovered 1048 in the top room of her new home, and she named it Benny. Ever since then, Benny and Lizzie became best friends. Benny would give her hugs, and she would hide him in the toy cabinet or under her dress. When 1048's atypical properties were found by Lizzie's mother, she started to yell about it being unnatural and took it away from Lizzie. After that incident, Lizzie wrote in her diary, "Today, Mommy had to go to the doctor. I don't know why, but Daddy and the doctor said Mommy will be gone for a long time now. They won't let me see Mommy," heavily implied that she was killed by 1048. SCP-1048 later built a living copy out of Lizzie's baby brother Tommy, and another made by her dad. She named it Davy. The fate of Lizzie and how SCP-1048 was discovered by the Foundation remains unknown. Before we end this video, we are proud to present these incredibly sweet pieces of fan art. A big thank you to all of you. You can now send us your fan art.
What a fucked up Build-A-Bear story, huh?
Yeah.
I've got one question. One. My mom came into the room, so I wasn't able to hear this part. Well, what happened with the doctor that had a cute little abortion done to her without consent?
So basically, while they were in recovery, the main doctor said that no one was allowed to inform them about the incident as a whole, or the theory of what the bear used to create the little baby bear, because that would greatly affect their recovery and their therapeutic process.
Okay.
And assuming they recovered alright after that.
Well, why was she exactly, why did they abort her shit?
Well, no one knows. Like I said, the theory is that the bear took the baby and used it to make another bear. That's why there was a little baby hand sticking out of the bear's neck. It could have been her child's.
So weird.
Pop off, I guess.
I mean, it gets weirder when I was trying to crawl back up in there, but it was on the wrong woman.
Put it like that.
Ooh, this next one's kind of badass.
SCP-076-2 will enter
You're gonna
a
like this guy,
trance state
Sophia.
and seek out the nearest human being. Upon coming into contact with living humans, he will enter a rage state in which it attempts to engage and kill all human beings encountered. To date, only his death has been shown to be effective in ending these rampages. Hello everybody, I'm the Rubber.
That makes
Today
no
we
sense.
bring you
Only
a
his
SCP
death?
Foundation
Does he come back to
Peter
life?
class object, SCP-076.
Well, by that statement, yes.
SCP-076 consists of two components, a stone cube, SCP-076-1, and a humanoid entity
cube.
contained within, SCP-076-2, also known as Abel. 076-1 is a 3-meter cube made of black speckled metamorphic stone. All surfaces outside and within 076-1 are covered in deeply engraved patterns corresponding to no known civilizations. Radioisotope analysis indicates that the object is approximately 10,000 years old. A door is located on one side, sealed with a lock 0.5 meters in width, surrounded by 20 smaller locks in a circular pattern. As of yet, none of the keys have been found, making the door impossible to lock once closed. Interior temperature is approximately -180 degrees Celsius and cannot be altered by any means, internal or external. Directly in the center of the room is a 2.13 meter tall stone coffin, held in place and sealed shut by several chains of unknown make and substance, which are attached to the inner corners of 076-1. SCP-076-2 resembles a lean, Semitic human male in his late 20s. Hair is black and eyes are gray. Skin
Dude,
tone
it's a
olive.
Pillarman.
He is 1.96 meters in height and 81.65 kilograms in weight. Numerous tattoos depicting arcane and occult iconography are present all over the body, mostly in the form of leering demonic faces, and ranges from subtle to openly ostentatious. When encased inside 076-1, he is technically dead. However, occasionally, 076-2 will awaken, effectively reanimating, complete with all vital processes needed
yes,
to sustain
awaken
a
the
living human
Pillarman.
being. He will then attempt to leave 076-1. If successful, he will enter a trance state and seek out the nearest human being, ignoring all other living things in the process. Upon coming into contact with living humans, 076-2 will enter a rage state in which it attempts to engage and kill all human beings encountered. To date, only his death has been shown to be effective in ending these rampages. SCP-076 was found in Mongolia in the 19th century by archaeologists from England. All members of the expedition were subsequently killed on the return voyage home. 076 was recovered from the ship of an unknown organization and placed on display in their inner sanctum. 076 remained in storage for years, until 076-2 became active and escaped on his own. The reason for SCP-076's activation is currently unknown, but it was at this point that the keys to the outer shell were lost. A massive manhunt lasting over 3 years took place until 076-2 was incapacitated, killed, and reformed inside SCP-076-1, by then retrieved and secured by agents of the SCP Foundation. 076-2 was in custody for 3 more years, under constant supervision, and was terminated whenever it became active, although it occasionally was able to escape for short periods of time, often due to security breaches caused by attacks from other organizations. SCP-076-2 either possesses a mind constructed much differently than our own or is completely insane. 076-2 has shown that he is completely disinterested in sex, barely differentiating between genders except as a form of visual identification.
True equality.
Also, 076-2 is a perfect sociopath that enjoys the act of killing, but causing pain, either emotionally or physically, holds no attraction to it. Intelligence tests have been wildly inconclusive when applied to 076-2, and no accurate result has yet been obtained. This is due to the fact that no communication is possible with 076-2 when he is in his rage state. However, 076-2 displays knowledge of several languages, including English, but most notable is its knowledge of several dialects of ancient Sumerian, which seem to be its preferred language. Considering SCP-076-2's proficient use of the Sumerian language, researchers have asked him to translate several documents. While he originally replied with disinterest, he has translated some of the documents it found worthy of its attention. Most of the documents chosen by 076-2 were regarding battles or legendary heroes, one of his favorites being the Epic of Gilgamesh. However, one researcher presented 076-2 with the symbol from SCP-073. Upon sight of this, 076-2 became highly enraged, killing several of the researchers before its kill switch could be activated. When questioned about this, 076-2 responded aggressively, and that line of questioning was immediately dropped. It is recommended anything pertaining to SCP-073 never be brought to the attention of SCP-076-2, and that the two are never to be in the same facility. Terminating 076-2 is often problematic due to its significant physical abilities. 076-2 has superhuman strength and speed, and although not invulnerable, he has shown a remarkable ability to ignore pain and shock, pressing on despite what would be debilitating wounds in normal humans. Prior encounters have shown that SCP-076-2 has the ability to rip through a reinforced steel security door over the course of 4 minutes of sustained assault. He could take multiple 50 caliber BMG rounds to the head and survive for several minutes to continue killing, despite severe damage to the cerebellum. He could also swat handgun and assault rifle caliber bullets out of the air with a length of steel rebar. Foundation's personnel have also seen him cleared over 64 meters of distance in under 3 seconds, and survived for over 1 hour deprived of oxygen before finally asphyxiating. SCP-076-2's most unusual ability, however, is his ability to apparently materialize bladed weapons out of nowhere. Slow-motion video footage reveals that the blades in question are actually pulled from a miniature dimensional rift described as a small hole in space. Where this portal led is unknown.
Gilgamesh is an
how
SCP.
076-2 can generate said rifts, footage of the blades in question shows them to be made out of a completely non-reflective black
Because he's the
material,
guy.
appearing as a black void in space. As the blades rapidly vanish after leaving the subject's possession, no structural analysis is possible at this time. However, having superhuman ability doesn't make him indestructible. 076-2 has effectively been killed several times in various manners, such as sustained fire from multiple heavy caliber machine guns, asphyxiation, crushed beneath a 13.6 metric ton piece of elevator equipment, and cremation through the use of a thermate TH3 grenade placed directly inside SCP-076-2's open chest cavity.
Okay. What kind of specific accident happened where he got crushed by an elevator and died? That is so oddly specific.
Just every once in a while, it wouldn't surprise me that he got into a situation, a sticky situation where he was like, well, I'm near an elevator. Shit, let me break this shit. And then he actually proceeded to break his own self by trying to be a bitch.
Dude, I just find it a little funny because it's so oddly specific that he died by an elevator. Meanwhile, other methods haven't been able to kill him.
Not everybody can say they were killed by an elevator. That's all I gotta say. So I find it funny, but also like legendary, kinda.
Not everyone can walk away from it.
Equipment, right? Like it was equipment for an elevator. It wasn't an elevator itself. That we know.
Well, they showed a picture of him being crushed by it, so I'm assuming.
Yeah. Bro, if you're selling mirrors, why the fuck would you put the price tag inside on the mirror?
What?
I bought a little pocket mirror because I kind of need one. And the fucking sticker is on the mirror per se. And it's not even one of those, like, it doesn't have, like, glue. It's, like, kind of, like, eh. It has, like, strong glue. So now there's glue on the fucking mirror.
That's unfortunate.
Who the fuck invented this concept?
It's so you always know how much you paid for it.
Perfect.
Upon death, 076-2's remains will putrefy rapidly until reduced to dust.
Damn, Thanos
076-1 and the coffin within will then slam shut with great force, and the lock will rotate, sealing it shut. 076-2 will then reform within the coffin. This process takes anywhere from 6 hours to 25 years.
Damn.
076-2 has nothing but contempt for human beings, with one exception. He seems to hold a wary respect for those it acknowledges as its superior. This was discovered when a Foundation's agent, who had previously had a large amount of experience with 076-2, did not appear once it escaped. 076-2 seemed distressed, asking several personnel where the agent was hiding. When he knew that the agent was killed as collateral damage in an airstrike intended to halt the advance of another SCP entity, SCP-076-2 stopped its rampage and allowed itself to be escorted and restrained. When asked about the sudden drastic changes in his behavior, 076-2 replied, "Because unlike you, he was a challenge, a real enemy. He managed to shoot me in the head over several times. A man like that deserves to die in combat, not in some destruction ordered by cowardly kings and princes safe in their palaces. The rest of you, you disgust me. I don't even have the urge to strike you down." This indicates a possible psychological inlet into SCP-076-2's mind, and a possible control mechanism. Due to his high intelligence and physical abilities, he was put into an elite unit set up by the SCP Foundation, named Mobile Task Force, MTF Omega-7, nicknamed Pandora's Box, tasked with containing supernatural, alien, and other mysterious phenomena. 076-2 was the leader of this task force, and members of the team personally selected from elite field agents by 076-2 himself in order to maintain a smooth relationship between the artifact and the mundane elements of the task force. 076-2 must wear a device attached to the neck that, if triggered or tampered with, will immediately detonate, terminating 076-2 by way of complete destruction of the spinal cord, trachea, and all major blood vessels in the neck. A tracking device also has been attached to 076-2. It was to refrain from killing unless ordered to do so and to avoid causing damage to the organization's facilities. Team members must be armed and equipped in accordance with MTF doctrine, as 076-2 has shown no inclination to use firearms, or in fact, no understanding of their use or tactical implications. He was instead to be armed with one or more edged melee weapons of his choice. In a Project Omega-7's
Why do you
report,
remind me of like someone that could be in an
SCP-105...
anime? Like everybody doing everything like the easy mode, like everybody's skilled in using guns, and then there's that one motherfucker that's like skilled with fucking knife.
Oh, do you guys remember X-Men Wolverine Origins or whatever?
Yeah.
The opening scene with Ryan Reynolds where he's just deflecting bullets with the swords and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I'll say this SCP is like the perfect what would you call it? The perfect inspiration for an anime, Sophia.
Exactly, that's what I mean. Like you can't say he couldn't be an anime character. Like everybody over here just using firearms, and he's over here just like, how about fuck you?
That's probably already an anime. Oh wait, that's technically. Oh god, I hate that this is the first thing I thought of. I think season 3 of Sword Art Online, when he starts going into that gun game and he only uses swords.
Oh yeah. You know what I say, right?
What?
What?
If you want to watch Sword Art, you only watch the first half of season 1 and the second half of season 2.
Honestly, for me, just watch if you want to watch something of that, just watch the first 2 seasons, because after a while it just gets watered down, and they're just trying to elongate it for
the fairy arc is not good at all whatsoever. The Gun Gale arc is not good at all whatsoever. Regular Aincrad season 1, like the first half of it, really good, and the Mother's Rosario arc in season 2 is really good. That's why you only watch those 2.
And never pay attention to the spinoff.
Wait, there's a spinoff? Oh,
dude, the spinoff is so good though.
It is good, but I wouldn't put it too high. Okay.
You know what's funny?
What?
A different author and just a different creative team made the spinoff.
Really?
And you can tell it's better because they knew how to write a story.
Damn.
Well, as long as you can write a story, I'll let it pass. But like, I would have to watch it because I don't know, like.
It's
I
a
didn't
cute
even know.
anime girl that just uses a P90.
Yeah,
that's it. And then she brings her friend along, and her friend only uses grenade launchers.
Aw, that's adorable.
And there's like a bit of contrast, right? Because she's really tall in like real life, but in the game she's like the shortest character.
Yeah.
Tiny. Okay. I mean, that makes sense.
I recommend Gun Gale Online Alternative. I think that's the name of it.
I'll be honest, I don't remember much of it. Like, I know I watched it, but like I don't think I paid much attention to it. Like, I don't even know if any of the main story
So
characters
you had it
ever...
as a background.
Yeah, basically. Like, did any of the main story characters ever get mentioned or brought up, or is this a completely different thing?
There is a mention of them, and the only way they mention it, right, is literally, yeah, there was this one tournament where these two players ended up tying for first place.
Ah, and that's the tournament where he decided to
Yeah.
get hugged by a grenade. Well, that shall be put on the list to rewatch, I guess.
Had been accepted into Mobile Task Force Omega-7, having beaten 076-2 in a contest to see which of the two could activate several devices, each spaced over a mile away from each other and the starting point. SCP-105 managed to score significantly higher than 076-2 by using her inherent abilities to her advantage. 076-2 ceded defeat and allowed her entry into the group. Despite the Foundation's effort in keeping 076-2 busy with trainings and tasks, he was still not satisfied. He's a perfect killing machine, and that's all he wants to do. The problem is, Foundation can't seem to turn him off. He started to lash out at the other team members. He then disabled the explosive collar failsafe and gone out of control. Containment Area 25 was forced to detonate its on-site warhead as a last attempt to contain SCP-076-2. This resulted in destruction of the site and all on-site personnel. SCP-076-2 is now kept in Containment Area 25B, located 200 meters below sea level, tunneled out of solid bedrock in a seismologically stable area. Sole access to the containment facility is to be through a vertical elevator shaft separated every 50 meters with a reinforced blast door constructed of 20-centimeter thick material shielding. Elevator shaft shall be flooded with seawater when not in use. Containment Area 25B is to be constructed with an outer security perimeter against outside threats, staffed by security personnel trained in close-quarters battle and counter-intrusion tactics. A primary containment zone is to be designed to be flooded and drained as needed, and should remain filled with seawater unless access to contents is required. Also, a 150-meter killing corridor, which is to be the sole access to the primary containment zone. A security station located at the entrance to the killing corridor is to be staffed with no fewer than 3 armed security personnel on watch at any one point in time. In the event of a full breach, all on-site staff are to proceed immediately to the closest security station for weapons and armor distribution. Staff will remain at Alert Condition 1 until SCP-076-2 is confirmed neutralized. Should 90 minutes pass after declaration of full breach without a stand-down order being given by Level 4 or higher personnel, final contingency measures will be activated, flooding the entire facility in seawater and sealing off the access shaft for a minimum of 24 hours before retrieval is attempted. This will, by necessity, result in the deaths of all on-site staff. Before we end this video, we are proud to present these incredibly sweet pieces of fan art. A big thank you.
So just mass homicide for everybody in there trying to do their job.
Basically.
That's cute.
Man, I love the little Giorno Giovanna drawing.
Just a minute.
I want to see what's the deal with this other SCP. The one he hates so much.
Why? Wait, they got a god one? She.
Yep. Yeah, it's Cain. Cain and Abel, huh?
Why do they keep using like Bible reference? That's kind of weird, considering the fact nobody likes hearing about the Bible reading.
They're using it for a reason. I don't think I've ever seen this one,
Viewer
actually.
discretion is advised. When information concerning SCP-076 was brought to the attention of SCP-073
Up the quality a little bit.
73 for backing up, 073 showed familiarity with the information and was disinclined to adding to it. It then stated that it is best not to meet with SCP-076 out of consideration for all parties involved. Hello everybody, I'm the Rubber. Today, we bring you SCP Foundation Keter Class Object SCP-073. SCP-073, also known as Cain, appears to be a heavily tanned male of Arabic or Middle Eastern descent, in his early 30s, 6'1" tall and 75 kilograms, with black hair and blue eyes. Arms, legs, spinal cord, and shoulder blades of 073 appear to have been replaced with artificial versions of unknown make and metal. 073 only takes notice of this when it is pointed out, and states that it has no knowledge of how, why, or when these replacements took place, stating it had had them as long as it could remember. Examination of the unidentified metal on SCP-073 has suggested that it is beryllium bronze, a metal that has been documented as being utilized by various anomalous cultures and entities. In light of this discovery, the Foundation began working in an attempt to trace the origin of beryllium bronze and how it initially spread throughout the world. When prompted, SCP-073 was able to provide information suggests that beryllium bronze originated in the Middle East, though the exact point of origin has yet to be determined.
Compared to his brother, who's
Further
a total
research
ass.
into the origin of beryllium bronze
mean,
is
what would
currently
happen if you-
ongoing.
Oh, look, he's investigating with them.
That
Dang.
okay? That's
This
cute.
man has my heart, but he has heartstrings.
I love
Yeah,
the whole contrast with these two already.
There is also
very much.
a symbol engraved into the forehead of 073, which appears to be of Sumerian origin. Symbol has of yet been untranslated, and 073 appears distressed when the symbol is mentioned at all, refusing to speak on it. 073 does need to eat and drink on a regular basis, but is strictly carnivorous, owing to its effect on plant-based items. 073 is generally polite and genial to all who speak to it, though it has been described as cold and somewhat mechanical in its speech. 073 is extremely helpful and enjoys aiding personnel in their daily actions, whatever they may be. It has highly detailed knowledge of ancient to recent events in history, and most commonly spoken languages in the world, including ones that have since died out. 073 has professed to have a photographic memory, remembering word for word all text in an 800-page dictionary that was flipped through in a minute and a half. It has scored above average in all intelligence tests given to it.
Yeah, why he got a damn on his side,
SCP-073's presence is inimical to all life grown in soil, causing death to any life within a 20-meter radius. Any land 073 has walked on, and any within the 20-meter radius, becomes barren, as all anaerobic bacteria dies, rendering the soil incapable of supporting life, until new bacteria are introduced. Anything that is derived from soil-grown life, such as wood and paper, immediately rots and disintegrates upon touch of 073. Further affected derivatives
He
include
got
anything
bonked.
hydroponically grown. Any damages directly towards 073 will reflect directly back onto the attacker, although 073 visibly remains unharmed. Attempts to get tissue and blood samples have proven futile. When the procedure was initiated, personnel carrying out the action felt the sensation of whatever was applied to 073 and wound up with a sample of their own blood or tissue, despite the fact that all actions were directed solely at 073.
But what if he
Indirect
does it
damage
on
through a
himself?
medium also results in the person perpetrating the action receiving the wounds caused. Although 073 receives no actual harm from damage to its person, it has stated that it still feels the pain of the action and has politely asked researchers to abstain from overly harmful actions to its person. In light of SCP-073's indestructible nature, photographic memory, and general will to please, High Command have deemed that all information is to be backed up on 073, ensuring it is not lost in the event of a catastrophe. While this action has been met with mixed responses, 073 has agreed and sworn itself to secrecy on its part. SCP-073 was first found by the SCP Foundation in the New York Police Department, having been taken in after 073 had been found amidst the bodies of several violent gang members. 073 told police members that the gang had attempted to make fun of it, but became angry, and attempted to kill 073, resulting in their own demise. 073 was incarcerated, and was deemed a John Doe when NYPD could not find any information on it. 073 came to the attention of the Foundation through a routine inspection of John Does and was subsequently released into the Foundation's custody. When information concerning SCP-076 was brought to the attention of SCP-073 for backing up, 073 showed familiarity with the information and was disinclined to adding to it. It then stated that it is best not to meet with SCP-076 out of consideration for all parties involved. SCP-076 consists of two components, a black speckled metamorphic stone, referred as SCP-076-1, and a humanoid entity contained within, referred as SCP-076-2. 076-2 resembles a lean, Semitic human male in his late 20s. For more information about SCP-076, check out this video.
Okay, but what
Rumor
if they
has
both
it that
meet?
076-2 and 073
I feel like this
are
would
based
just be a
off the biblical
never-ending
character.
cycle of like the like homicidal motherfucker dying over and over and over again. Because like if he tries to stab or like do anything to like the nice dude, he would just be killed immediately because all like wounds are gonna be on him, not really on the one he's trying to attack.
I mean,
So
it's
it would just
kind of weird. I feel like the characters are slightly swapped here, because Cain is the one who ends up killing Abel, but in this, Cain is the nice one. Abel is the violent one.
Maybe, I don't know, because like going through this, Cain was supposed to be the one that was jealous all the time, mad all the time, just not living his best life, while Abel was just doing his own thing, happy and calm and loving.
Maybe something changed the both and made them flip upside down.
Or maybe just history has each name wrong, or some bullshit like that.
And also, as the little rubber saying, right there he's saying that they're based off the biblical characters.
Characters Cain and Abel.
But they're not.
In the biblical book of Genesis, Cain and Abel are the first two sons of Adam and Eve. Cain, the firstborn, was a farmer, and his brother Abel was a shepherd. The symbol engraved on 073's forehead is obviously the mark of Cain, and, at least according to the Bible, it makes the land barren around him. That is why all organic materials decompose when he is near. Although we're still not sure about their relationship, but we're definitely sure that 076-2 hates 073. Because upon sight of it, 076-2 became highly enraged and aggressive, killing several of the researchers. According to the Bible, Cain and Abel made sacrifices to Yahweh, the national God of the kingdoms of Israel and Judah. Each of their own produce, but Yahweh favored Abel's sacrifice instead of Cain's. Cain then murdered Abel, whereupon Yahweh punished Cain by condemning him to a life of wandering. Cain then dwelt in the land of Nod, where he built a city and fathered the line of descendants beginning with Enoch. Hence, 076-2 seems to be reincarnated as a vengeful being. He just kills and kills,
It makes
which
sense.
seems like he is exacting revenge for being murdered by 073. Recently, a Grade 3 researcher, Dorothy Zhang from the Chinese branch, had proposed a plan to the Containment Area 25 administrator that can possibly contain SCP-076 more efficiently.
I thought
Dorothy
that the
suggested
minute
to
they
add
introduced
amnestic
it.
equipment to the killing corridor inside SCP-076-2's containment measures, attempt to erase its memory about its death. The possible outcomes of the plan include a reduction in the state of anger and a reduction in the containment process. There was no foreseen injurious consequence, and the cost was within an acceptable range. Finally, the proposal was approved. After the procedure, 076-2 has forgotten. He quieted down and murmured with an unrecognizable language, wondering where he is. He stepped out of the corridor as the guards nervously watched him. An ancient Sumerian expert was soon sent to the scene to help communicate. He has forgotten. Staying in a standard humanoid containment room, 076-2 told the researchers that he wanted to go grazing. To satisfy his request, an indoor farm was soon built. They were still
became
highly
a good
alert
boy.
to 076-2, but he had a great time anyways.
Why are they wearing shit?
He asked the employees, who were dressed as biblical characters, of 073's trace. At first, They got away temporarily by telling him that 073 went to travel, though he became much more persistent 2 months later and even threatened the employees. More armed forces were arranged around 076-2's farm. They tried to come up with excuses that could be accepted by 076-2, but they have never thought of one. Soon, 076-2 realized that they were lying to him. He escaped from its containment room and finally met SCP-073. Surprisingly, there were no conflicts between 073 and 076-2.
Because he doesn't remember. Why are we...
073 apologized to 076-2. Though 076-2 did not appear to comprehend what the apology was for. Since then, 073 was allowed to meet with 076-2 periodically. After this event, 076-2 was aging at the same speed as an ordinary human being and was estimated to die in a few years. By then, Containment Area 25 should recover all special containment methods that were used to contain SCP-076. The current 076-2 remained its state of death for 10 years, in which no 076-2 has been produced from 076-1 since. 076-2 is now considered neutralized. SCP-073 is currently kept in Site-17, a 2-room cell furnished with all non-organic furniture and items, and a bathroom. 073 can freely wander the facility and eat in the main canteen. A tracking device has been attached to SCP-073's person and is not to be removed. It is disallowed any contact with the surface and is not allowed outside the facility. It is also not allowed to have any contact with plant-based SCPs under any circumstances. Violence is not to be used against 073 under any circumstances. Remember to check out my new animation channel, the...
Damn. This is the story of bad boy gone to good and good boy just staying good.
I like that.
Very much. Very wholesome, I would say.
This has been the best SCP story yet. I'll be honest.
We got the good ending. What do you mean?
Yeah, we got the best ending. Man, I feel bad for whatever's next. I hope it's nothing too bad. Oh, the mask. It's fine.
After several attempts to escape, the walls of SCP-035's containment cell have suddenly begun secreting a black substance mixed with human blood. Personnel working near SCP-035's containment unit have suffered catastrophic morale damage, with an all-time high in suicide rates and staff in that area. Hello everybody, I'm the Rubber. Today, we bring you SCP Foundation Keter Class Object SCP-035.
Such a twist from a good ending all the way to this now. Man.
SCP-035, also known as the Possessive Mask, appears to be a white porcelain comedy mask, but at times it will change to tragedy. When it changes, all existing visual records, such as photographs, video footage, even illustrations of SCP-035, will automatically change to reflect its new appearance. A highly corrosive and degenerative vicious liquid constantly seeps from the eye and mouth holes of SCP-035. Anything coming into contact with the liquid will slowly decay over a period of time, depending on the material, until it has decayed completely into a pool of the original contaminant. Glass seems to react the slowest to the effects of the item, hence the Foundation uses glass to contain 035. The origin of the liquid is still unknown. It's only visible from the front and does not emerge or is even visible from the other side of the mask. An individual will experience a strong urge to put on 035 when making eye contact, or is within 1.5 to 2 meters from it. When 035 is placed on the face of an individual, an alternate brainwave pattern from 035 will overlap that of the original host, effectively snuffing it out and causing brain death to the victim. Victim then claims to be the consciousness contained within SCP-035. The bodies of possessed victims will decay at a highly accelerated rate, eventually becoming little more than mummified corpses. SCP-035 has been found to be able to possess anything that has a humanoid shape. Nevertheless, 035 has demonstrated the ability to remain in cognitive control of a body experiencing severe structural damage, even if the subject's body literally decays to the point where motion is not mechanically possible. but when placed on an animal space, no such effect was found. SCP-035 was
Why the
first
dog,
found in
though?
a sealed crypt in an abandoned house in Venice in the 19th century. SCP Foundation found that communicating with SCP-035 is very much informative. Researchers have learned various details about other SCP objects and history in general, as 035 claims to have been at many momentous events. 035 displays a highly intelligent and charismatic personality, being both amiable and flattering to all those who speak
It
with it.
flirts with people.
However, psychological analysis has discovered 035 to possess a highly manipulative nature, capable of forcing sudden and profound changes to interviewers' psychological state. SCP-035 has proven to be highly sadistic, prompting some to commit suicide, and transforming others into near-mindless servants with linguistic persuasion alone. SCP-035 has stated that it has intimate knowledge of the workings of the human mind, and implied that it could change anyone's views if given enough time. It has been determined that SCP-035 is capable of telepathy, whether or not it possesses a host. It will penetrate to the subconscious of the victim, and using the knowledge it finds to its advantage. Extreme caution is advised when choosing subjects to converse with SCP-035. SCP-035 has expressed its interest in other SCPs, most notably SCP-4715 and SCP-682. But a professor has expressed worry that if SCP-035 bond with either, their regenerative qualities would negate its corruption and give it a permanent host. However, 035 was put to a few tests by the Foundation to see how dangerous and vicious it would be. After 12 days of exposing SCP-151-D to 035, SCP-151-D was completely decomposed by 035. However, 12 hours later, this albino human child with a furred tail began to reform from SCP-035's excrement. Because personnel were barred from entering the chamber and thus could not terminate SCP-151-D before it reformed completely. In another test, a D-Class personnel wearing SCP-1131-J was assigned to SCP-035's containment chamber. SCP-1131-J is a tinfoil hat that can block cognitohazards when wrapped around the head. During the test, the personnel said he felt no compulsion to don 035, and this is when 035's smile altered into a frown.
This thing became severely
That
depressed.
SCP-035 became extremely uncooperative and pouty because it got defeated by a tinfoil hat. During containment, 035 has facilitated multiple escape attempts, convincing several of the research staff to aid in its bid for freedom. Fortunately, the insurrection failed, and after reviewing SCP-035's incident record, High Command has ordered that it had to be permanently sealed within the facility, and prohibited from being allowed any more hosts. Several personnel have protested this, with some even erupting into violence. As a direct result, all personnel that have come into contact with SCP-035 have been terminated. Going forward, all personnel that deal with SCP-035 are to be rotated frequently, and contact is to be limited, even to its dormant state as little as possible. After several attempts to escape, the walls of SCP-035's containment cell have suddenly begun secreting a black substance, mixed with human blood. This substance is corrosive, having a pH of 4.5, and prolonged exposure to the walls has proven to be detrimental to their structural integrity. More notably, it seems to be forming patterns on the walls. Several segments seem to be paragraphs in various languages, including Italian, Latin, Greek, and Sanskrit. Other segments appear to be diagrams depicting ritualistic sacrifice and mutilation. While the researchers were in the room examining these newly formed patterns, they have complained of hearing loud whispering and high-pitched, unnerving laughter at irregular intervals. Personnel in the section working daily near and around SCP-035's containment unit have suffered catastrophic morale damage, with an all-time high in suicide rates in staff in that area, whether or not they have ever had contact with SCP-035. The only change in SCP-035's dormant behavior is its glass case containment. Degradation of the case has increased to a high degree, enough so that the glass will occasionally shatter, causing a wide dispersal of SCP-035's containment. This will occur quite often at the most inopportune times, so far resulting in 6 casualties and 3 fatalities of the Foundation staff. In light of the mass suicide, homicide, and morale damage of the members in SCP-035 containment area, and general loss of staff dealing with SCP-035 to either death or insanity, it has been decided to coat the inner and outer walls of its containment cell with SCP-148, which is the ability to block or hinder extrasensory mind-affecting properties of living organisms in proximity to it. The use of SCP-148 has worked well, causing morale and suicide rates to return to near pre-SCP-035 rates. However, the material appears to facilitate the negativity within the cell, causing a veritable greenhouse effect inside. Personnel inside the cell have stated that they feel a heavy sense of dread, fear, anger, and general depression, as well as hearing constant, nearly inaudible whispering upon immediate entry. A prolonged stay causes severe migraines, suicidal tendencies, heavy hemorrhaging of blood vessels around the eyes and inside the mouth and nose, general hostility to others. The whispering will increase to almost deafening volume, intersected by a constant mocking laughter. Exposure of more than 3 hours will inevitably result in the subject falling into a deep psychosis and attempting to harm either...
Really?
I didn't even realize that.
Yeah, she has a great name.
I know I got a great name. I was typing shit and then you brought me up. I was like, this is my time to shine. I was gonna say, if I don't talk in the next like 50 minutes, it's because I'm hungry as a... Oh, so I'm gonna go get something to eat.
Wait for like 3 more minutes because this is the last video.
Yeah. And then you're free to go.
Themselves or others. Most of them begin to speak in Latin or Greek, despite the fact that several did not previously know how to speak said languages beforehand. The presence of blood in both word and diagram formations around 035's containment has increased disproportionately, the walls becoming cluttered and the formations beginning to overlap each other. The substance has proven to be both difficult to clean and even more corrosive than was originally recorded. General estimation gives the current walls a life of 2 months before they will need replacement. It is becoming gradually more and more difficult to contain SCP-035. The walls, ceiling, and floor of SCP-035's containment cell have now been completely saturated in blood. Constant cleaning efforts are being instated. According to the latest addendum, the magnitude, intensity, and reoccurrence of the phenomena that occur within SCP-035's containment cell have increased to an alarming degree. The cell door has been known to become locked of its own accord while personnel are inside, and unable to be opened for a long time. Appendages form out of the larger puddles of blood and often attempt to grab or harm personnel near them. Blurry apparitions have started appearing to staff. Electronic devices no longer work inside the cell, and the light cannot be turned on, forcing those entering to use non-electric based light sources. Cleaning measures are having no discernible effect on the cell, and the walls are degrading at a very high rate, forcing them to be replaced within a week at best, although the blood makes it nearly impossible to properly achieve this. Foundation was forced to move 035 to a new cell entirely, with the old one sealed off and disengaged from the rest of the facility. Before we end this video, we are proud to present these incredibly sweet pieces of
the movie The Mask. What the hell?
Man, all I gotta say is, why don't they just open, you know, the SCP with the mirror and the giant coin, just throw him into a world and just leave him there at this point?
I mean, they could do that, but like...
There's a lot of stuff that could happen, but they don't.
Because, like...
I feel like just throw them into a different dimension or some bullshit like that.
Yeah, because like their biggest fear is that if he is able to latch on to one of the 2 lizard SCPs, he will have a permanent body, and that would be really bad.
That would be horrible. I'm gonna be on a rampage.
But yeah, I guess I'm just gonna wrap up the stream. You can go eat. I'll go rest. Probably fall asleep. Fork.
Yeah, I'm about
you
to
do
go
you.
to bed too, man.
Yeah.
Everybody here go to sleep.
Edit a video tomorrow and then chill.
Yeah, tomorrow's it's basically my off day, I guess, if that makes sense.
Yeah, my off day too.
So yeah,
right,
thank you guys for tuning in and all that.
Yeah, this was very interesting. This is fun.
Yeah, I hope to do it next weekend again. I want the SCP stuff to be like a weekend thing.
I mean, I don't have a problem. I have nothing better to do on the weekends usually.
Yeah, maybe Sylvestron will be able to actually join us next time. Poor man fell asleep.
Yeah, that's fine.
Nah, fam, you gotta let the boy rest.
Well, of course I gotta let him rest. He's like 5-6 hours ahead of us. Man's living in the future.
Always. That's how you know he can warn us, right?
Yeah, you got a point.
Alright, have a nice night, y'all. I'm gonna head to bed too. Bye.
And I'm gonna go eat
You
some
too.
big ass meal. So tight.
Have fun with that.
Yeah,
I'll
enjoy
try.
your food, Sophia.
Yes, sir.
Well, wrap up stream. I guess I'll see if I can write anybody. See who's online. If no one's online, then I'll just end it. Hey, is that the really cool booze tale I see online? That is indeed Lee Booze tale. Oh shit, but I also see Saturn and Sean the Human and Lolly Knight and the gnome too. Oh my god, everyone's online. Why are you people online so late? How many of you are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Random number. Between 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Generate. 4. Who's 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. Lily is number 4. Alright, look at that. Yeah, sure, whatever. Where's the command? Flash raid. Molly Knight. For anyone who's still here, I doubt there's anybody here at the moment, but anyone who's still here, thank you for being here. Appreciate you much. And take care of my friends when I stream them, alright? Be good in their chat, be respectful. And have a good night.